Morning. Here we are. I
Yeah.
forgot that you talked first.
No, it's okay.
That's why we both took a breath first. but
Glad
then,
for you to jump. It was in unison.
It was.
Part of the process we're going to be
What are we,
exploring this
musicians?
weekend. Yeah. Well, if you are up and joining us bright and early on this frigid Saturday morning here in the Northeast, my name is Andrew Yozviak, and I'm the Director of Bands here at Westchester University. This is Andrew Hitz from Jupiter Band Instruments. He's going to be our anchor person and MC for the festivities today.
I've already messed up. This is good. Yeah.
No, it's just improvising. We'd like to welcome you to our National Band Association, Westchester University High School Wind Band Symposium. For those of you who are new to the event, this is a front-end experience for the high school bands who will be joining us this weekend, meaning that they're bringing new repertoire with them for the weekend, and we're just going to start to shed some notes, explore some techniques about being able to have a successful spring as they prepare for concerts, their assessments, and anything else that they may have on their plate with their performances this spring. We have joining us this weekend Alex Kaminsky from the Vandercook College of Music in Chicago, and the remainder of our band staff here at Westchester University that includes M. Gregory Martin, our Associate Director of Bands, and Adam Gumbel, our Director of Athletic Bands. Also want to throw a huge shout out to our friends at J.W. Pepper, who have so wonderfully stepped up to provide the live stream for the events this weekend, and also the National Band Association for all of the efforts that they make in supporting bands across our great nation.
Yes. And also a shout out to the best member of the board of directors of the National Band Association, which is my wife, Tiffany Hitz. So yeah,
The best.
I love the format of this event because you are going to see the same band, which is going to be Pocono Mountain West High School. The director is Jeff Mark. But you're going to see that same band here cliniced by all three of the clinicians that Andy just mentioned. And it's neat to see them working on sometimes the same things in different ways, building on each other, covering different areas. And also halfway through each of these sessions, first two sessions are an hour and a half, and the third one is an hour. They will come out here and will talk to me for 3 or 4 minutes about what they have taught in the first half of the rehearsal and what they are about to teach. So you get a little bit of like a peek behind the curtain of the pedagogy from some master teachers. And there's also going to be a panel discussion featuring all of the directors while I take both bands and do a clinic for them in there. But the stream will be on the panel discussion. And then we end all of this with a performance from each of the bands. And again, it's like works in progress. It's kind of neat, where usually our culture is that you wait until everything is perfectly polished, or as polished as it can be, and then you present it. And it takes a lot of courage to do this, and it's a wonderful experience. So both of these bands will perform, and then the Westchester University Wind Ensemble will perform just like they did for yesterday. They sounded fantastic, by the way. I haven't even had a chance to talk to you. Yeah, like really, really great. So. Tuba's not so much, but other than that, I taught them last semester.
We're getting a little judgy right out of the gate.
They actually sounded awesome, but don't tell them I said that, please. Yeah, we need to keep them hungry. So,
that's right.
Anyway, so I think we got to get you inside. We're going to have some welcome address and announcements, and then 9:15 is going to be the first session, which you will see Greg Martin, whose session yesterday, I've just been watching all the ones in here, was the one of the three that he did that I saw was fantastic. Yeah, he's great. So, all right.
Awesome.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, and enjoy the offerings today. Good morning, friends. Yeah. Boy, it's a cold one today, isn't it? Unionville, where are you? Okay, you're gonna like this. The Pocono Mountain director told me when he got in his truck today, the temperature up in the Poconos read -8, feels like -27. So you don't know nothing about cold, all right? Yeah. My name is Andrew Yozviak, and I'm the Director of Bands here at Westchester University. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend. I was especially glad that our friends from the Poconos could come back. Always glad to see our friends from Unionville, and we're excited about the events and the experiences we hope you'll have today. I want to take just a moment to introduce you to the people who are going to be standing in front of you and doing a little work with you today. First, we have with us from Vandercook College of Music in Chicago, Alex Kaminsky. We have the additional two band directors here at Westchester University who will be spending a little time with you. They are M. Gregory Martin, our Associate Director of Bands, and Adam Gumbel, our Director of Athletic Bands. About halfway, a little bit further than halfway through the event after dinner, you are going to benefit from the wisdom, the wit, and the talent of Andrew Hitz from Jupiter Band Instruments, who will be spending a little time with you. And I too will be looking forward to popping in at different times during the course of the day and hearing all the great progress you're making and seeing what's going on within your programs. So I have a little bit of a challenge for you for the day, and that is that as you come here from your individual programs, you have two outstanding directors in Mr. Otto and Mr. Mark, yeah? Okay. And they have a very decided plan and approach that they use with you in your band rooms, like how you warm up, some of the band building and sound building things that you do at the start of every rehearsal, your routine that happens every day in your band rooms, yeah? Okay. You're going to get no fewer than 4 other different ways to think about how you're approaching the music you've been working on, playing your horns, or different thoughts about music. So the challenge is having an open mind to be able to take in some new ideas, try out different things, take them for a spin, see what works, what has some immediate benefits to the music you're making, how you're communicating with each other. Note some questions about some other things that come up so that when you go back to your school, you get to have conversations with your directors of, hey, what did they mean by this thing? You know, or how does that work? Or could we do more of this? Because I think one of the coolest parts about days like this is the ability to take in so many different approaches to the same thing. You know, like you're going to be playing a lot of the same music all day with people coming at it from a lot of different directions. So enjoy those different experiences and start to make some lists for yourself as you're experimenting them, yeah? All right. At this time, we're going to take a minute and find our way back to our rooms or the stage for where we're going to be rehearsing and working today. And I just want to give you a little bit of an indoctrination to the flow of the hall. Whenever we're coming in and off stage, you're going to go through those exit doors. Unionville, how many of you have done this before? Yeah, all right, cool. So you're going to go through those exit doors. Behind that wall is just a hallway that enters right back here to the side to the stage. So that Unionville can experience it and Pocono could see it. Unionville, can you just kind of find your way up to stage through that door?
It's like magic. What? Yeah, look at that. Yeah, and you go ahead right into your seats, gang. Get your horns, whatever you need to do. Okay. And whenever we're exiting the stage, you'll go through that back door, so the flow just kind of comes a circle. Okay, cool. All right, Pocono, you ready? Man, I'm so glad to see you. I'm sure Mr. Mark told you, but I spent the
Yeah, hi. Director of Bands at Vanderbilt College of Music, Professor Kaminsky. We'll talk in just a second, but I think, can we get, and one of the things about today, like Dr. Josiak said, is to try new things, right? I mean, if you're doing the exact same thing today that you've always done and nothing changes, then you probably aren't going to grow at all. And I tried different things myself. So before percussion moves all the way up, I want to create a little more front to back distance. I'm big into sonic space around you, so you hear yourself as well as the ensemble. So can the trumpet row back up about a foot, and the euphoniums? Just push back a little bit to give yourself more space to the front. This especially helps trombones to have a little more slide space. What's your primary instrument?
Trumpet.
Trumpet, okay, cool. That's what my son plays. I'll talk about him in a minute. Now, the second row, if you look behind you, there's space, so split the difference, go halfway between the row in front of you and the row behind you. That also is going to open up your left to right space, right? So it's going to give you a little more sonic space that way. And as you push back, since it's creating a little more left to right space, are you guys in marching band? Like raise your hand if you're in marching band. So you have all of your students in marching band too?
Try to.
Try, yeah, I do. I mean, when I taught high school, I did the same thing. So as you push back, creates more left to right space, and probably the flute players here on the wings, we can probably get you all in a little bit. So let's scoot sax over like 2 inches. If you all give 2 inches, that's going to create a lot more space on the end. Bass clarinet, scoot to your right a little bit. Is anybody missing there, or no? Oh, let's get rid of that chair, yeah. Or you can slide into that chair. Yeah, why don't you slide into that chair? Oh, you need that? Okay, so just slide the chair over a little tiny bit. Cool. And then let me see how the first row looks. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think this works. So the first row is in good shape here. And that just gets, you feel like you'll have a little more breathing space, a little more breathing room, yeah, that sort of thing. And I also like to have plenty of space to the right of the horns. My wife plays horn, and so did my older son in my high school band. And so you want to almost be able to seat another person to your right so the sound doesn't go into the body of the person to your right. So is anybody in that chair? You can leave it there, but just slide out a little bit so that we can put a little more space. You can stay, but then let's separate here so that the sound goes into the space rather than into the body. Some horn sections use baffles, like they have a plexiglass baffle so the sound literally bounces, but I'm not a big proponent of that. A little more. Keep going, like plenty of space. Yeah, a little more here, a little there. That's good. A little more here, and a little more here. All right, good. So that's better. All right, cool. You want me to go ahead and introduce myself? I might as well like get going. Okay, so I am Director of Bands at Vanderbilt College of Music. Welcome to the Westchester University campus. I'm a visitor. I've never been here myself. I just flew in from Chicago actually yesterday, and where it was 1 degree when I left the airport at O'Hare. Vanderbilt College of Music is strictly a music education college, and it's the only one of its kind. So it's the only institution that is just training music teachers. That's all we do. It's very interesting because I never considered myself a college band director, and I really still don't. I'm a high school band director because I taught high school band. I'm going to turn this around because I like it like this. I taught high school band in Florida for 30 years. I was a high school band director. I taught at 5 different high schools over the course of 30 years, and was very fortunate to be able to bring 4 bands to the Midwest Clinic, which is kind of like the Super Bowl of bands. 4 bands from 3 different schools, and I was very blessed to be in the right places at the right times. And I already mentioned my older son played horn in my band. He's now 33 years old. He married a flute player in one of the high school bands. They were both in band together, and they're married now. And they have 4 little kids. My oldest grandson is 12, and he just started beginning band this year. You'll never guess what instrument like he started as a beginner. Like I was like, okay, Lucas, yeah. You know what he started playing? Bari sax as a beginner. It's like I just don't consider it like a little like 5th grader playing Bari sax, but he's kind of tall, whatever. So yeah, so he's all about it. My younger son plays trumpet, and he played trumpet in the last high school band that I taught at, which was Stoneman Douglas High School, and so my older son is a banker now. Like he's he played music in college, but now then he did his thing, which most of you will go into disciplines other than music. Hopefully music will still be a part of what you do. Like if you go to a college and you play in the band or that sort of thing. There may be a couple of you that actually consider the profession, which would be cool. So my younger son is a sophomore at Michigan State University. He plays trumpet. He plays principal in the symphony band there, and he marches in Carolina Crown Drum and Bugle Corps. He actually plays first trumpet in Crown. This is his 3rd year there. Yeah, he's good. He's majoring in music comp, so he's a composition major. He just last week sent me his first 3-movement band work, and so yeah, so it's kind of cool. So he's all about it. That's what he does, and so I'm super proud of him. So I have been teaching now. This is my 34th year. I would still be a high school band director if Vandercook College of Music didn't come knocking on the door. And what happened was, once they heard, they had seen my bands at the Midwest Clinic, and my last band, it was just a really awesome performance. And they'd see my career, and they said, "Would you be interested in looking at the director of bands position at Vandercook College of Music?" The previous director's retired, and this is where we train future band directors. I'm like, not really interested, but I'll check it out. And I went up there. We're in Chicago, just 5 minutes south of downtown. Like you can see the downtown skyline in Chicago. So I went up there, and when I found out how they train future band directors, I was sold. Like for example, when I went to start warming up the band during my audition, I always have the band sing a reference pitch, right? So concert F, and I don't know if you all do any singing. Do you sing at all, or no? Okay, we might. Oh, okay. Yeah, we might do a little bit today. But anyway, so I didn't give them a pitch. I said, send me a concert F. And usually when bands sing, they're not used to singing, so it's usually not very good. And they sang, and it was incredible. I was like a beautiful choir. So I'm like, raise your hand if you're in choir at this college. Every hand went up. Like every student in my college band, I just rehearsed them 2 days ago. So they're in front, every future band director is in the college choir. And I was like, you have my attention. And so that was one thing. Then the second thing I found out is that every student at the college is required to learn 19 different instruments. Now that may sound daunting, but if you're going to be a band director, you have to know how to play every instrument. That doesn't mean you make all state on every instrument, but you have to be able to know the alternate fingering for clarinet, all that kind of thing. And I figured those things out after I started teaching, because where'd you go to college? Here. Oh, here, okay. So here they split it up a little bit more the way we do, where you take, now I don't know if you do double read for the whole semester, or is it woodwind techniques for a semester?
We did double read, and then we did, then there was separate clarinet flute class.
During one semester?
No, that was all.
Okay, yeah, so it's similar. So it's kind of like that. So because in most universities you have all the woodwind instruments in one semester, learn all the brass instruments in one semester, learn all percussion in one semester. So at Vandercook, because we're a private college, they're able to structure in a different way. So double read all for one semester, high brass, so you just do trumpet and horn for one semester, melodic percussion in one class, battery percussion in another class, high strings in one class. It was all separated so you can actually learn the instruments. And the reason that's important is wherever you go, whether you go here or wherever you go, you want to be able to grasp the instruments and get proficient, because like my first year teaching, I had a bassoon player, her name was Dorothy Wright, and my first year teaching, what's your name? Ben. Ben, okay. So it would be like, Ben asked me the question, can you tell me how to finger G, because it's kind of sharp on my bassoon. Can you tell me how to finger that? And I look at Ben and I'm like, Ben, I can't help you. I don't know, but I will find out. I took a bassoon home that night and like started figuring it out. That happened like during the first 5 and 10 years of my career. I was like trying to figure things out. So the cool thing at Vandercook and here is that you actually get a chance to learn those instruments. So anyway, and then the last thing is right now my student conductors are running rehearsal at Vandercook because all the juniors get the band for 6 weeks. So starting yesterday, actually, they all read like grade 3 music, right? So they're rehearsing music they're going to perform, because if you're going to be a band director, you're not going to start playing Lincolnshire Posey at your first job. I guarantee it. You know, you're not going to walk into a situation where, like, on year 1 of your teaching career, you're in a situation where you have full instrumentation and like you're playing Lincolnshire Posey.
Right.
Where did you start teaching?
Here.
Right. And how long ago? How long have you been here?
This is my 5th year.
Okay. Yeah. So very cool. So, and you probably didn't do Lincolnshire Posey your first year, did you?
No, we tried Molly on the Shore and that didn't go well.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah. And by the way, my graduate degree is in clarinet performance from Indiana University, and I played Molly on the Shore when I was at IU with Ray Kramer.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I was sitting right there. Yeah, cool. So Percy Granger's awesome. So anyway, so my juniors that just took advanced conducting, they're rehearsing the band for 6 weeks, and I'm over here on the side and coaching them, and that doesn't happen anywhere. Like, I don't know anywhere where like the band is turned over for a month and a half to students so that they get that practical experience before they get out there. So anyway, the reason I'm not a high school band director is because Vandercook, the way we train future band directors is like exactly how, like the things I wish I would have learned before I graduated. And so we're in the business of creating incredible band directors. So what we're going to do today, so that's a little about me. What we're going to do today is I've asked Mr. Otto to just get you started the way you always start, pretend I'm not here, and then I'm just going to sort of tag team and just have you do a few things. And the goal is by the time we're done with this morning session, your band will be a notch better than it is right now, and I'm sure you guys are already great. So we're just going to kind of inch up, and then through the day, by the time we get to tonight, you guys are going to be playing at another level. That's the goal, right? So let's do it.
Start with 2.
Speaking of Indiana University, I played lip benders at the beginning of every rehearsal. If you look at the upper right-hand corner, does it say Ray Kramer? Yes. Yep, Ray Kramer was the director of bands at Indiana University when I was there. And so he was my conductor, and he was my conducting teacher, and I played lip benders. Ba-da-da-dee-dee-dee, right, da-da-da-dee-dee-dee, and then number 10, right? Number 10, the chorale, yeah, right. Can we try a slurred?
Sure.
Ta. By the way, I sang it a step low because it's the morning, so I always sing lower. So let's try ta, ta. Make sense? Yeah? Let's sing it. Ta, ready, sing. Ta, breathe. Ta, trombone. Ta. So you guys sing, that's good. So when you sing, it's important. Do you have jazz band?
Yes.
All right, so in jazz band, you know it's important to syllabize, do, dit, da, right? Everybody say do, including percussion. So because I want you to be dialed in on the stuff we're doing because everything you do is going to enhance what we're doing. So everybody say do, dit, da, Do, did, da, right? So when the da is the vowel sound that I generally default to with the concert band, da. Because when you play, when I play my clarinet, da, right? You want to make sure everything's nice and open. So let's go da, and I want you to finger. So trombones, move the slide. Everybody move your fingers, and let's sing it. Ready? And da. Good. If I see your top teeth, that means you're doing a little more da. We're not in the South here, are we? No. So da, right, da, that way. And as you go up, let's shape it, right? How would you shape it? What dynamic would you do as you go up on this? What do you think? Crescendo or diminuendo? Crescendo, let's do it, right? Do you normally do that? Have you talked about that? Yeah, let's do it. All right, one more time. Finger it. 2, sing, both feet on the floor. Da. Da. Good. Play it. Go. Take a deep breath before you play. We're going to do something with breathing in a second. So when you go to the second note, wait till the last minute. Move the air the fastest before you change the note, and move the slide and the valves and the fingers very quickly. So pop the valve so there's no fuzz between notes. You know, you can get half valve note, you can get smears, that sort of thing. I'm not saying we did, but just like, it's an oxymoron. You have to move your fingers fast in order to play legato. Go. Now, key signature. Can I step up now? So every time we do something different, something will change, okay? So I'm going to now start probing you, all right, including percussion, and I want you to tell me what sounded different, what felt different, doing something differently, all right? So raise your hand if something sounded different that time than the first time you did it, all right? Just raise your hand, even if you can't put your finger on it. Like if something sounded different, just put your hand up so I can see. All right, cool. And let me get a quick poll here. Seniors, raise your hand. All right, cool. Juniors? All right, sophomores and freshmen? All right, cool. So 3 people, give me something. What was different that time than the first time? Like what did you notice? Just give me some feedback and answer quick so we can move fast. Yes? Okay, so, and the reason I ask you, we know what we're hearing. Like, I know he heard a difference, I heard a difference, but it's more important that we know what you're perceiving, all right? We could hear other differences all day long, but we should because we have the degrees in music. You don't, right? So we need to make sure that you're understanding what you're doing and what's changing, okay? And the reason I ask you the questions is because you're going to be thinking about things that perhaps I'm not even focused on, okay? And I haven't heard you play this before, so what's your name? Joey. So Joey just said he thought there was more dynamic contrast, more dynamics. And then I'll ask you, how many of you agree with Joey? You may not have been thinking about that, or when Joey says, there was more dynamic contrast, and you think about it, and it's like, I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, there was. So, how many of you agree with Joey? There was more dynamic. Okay, cool. What else? Give me something else. We're helping each other. What else was different? Yes? Okay, so I wasn't even thinking about that. What's your name? Okay, Harnoff said there's less fuzz between the notes. Interesting to kind of put it that way. How many of you agree with Harnoff that it seemed like there was less fuzz between the notes? Don't raise your hand if you didn't hear that. Just put your hand up. So like half of you noticed that. Cool. What else? What else? Because what I'm trying to do is get your wheels moving so you think about the things that are happening as you're playing. There are 1,000 things happening. You're not going to be able to think of everything that's happening while you're playing. Give me one more thing. Like what else did you like? Was it better or worse? Better? All right, that's good. All right, instruments on the lap. We're going to get a little more air in your lungs. And I do this with my college band. I'm going to basically treat you like I treat my college band, or I just did the Florida All-State Honor Band. I judge bands all over the place. So I'm going to start you the way I start my bands. And that's with a 2-count breath. I learned this from the bass trombone player in the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. His name is Charlie Vernon. He teaches private lessons, and he teaches his students to sound like him. Do any of you take private lessons? Raise your hand if you do. Anybody? Like a few of you. And I always had just a few students, my top students, whatever. But I would always tell my Vandercook students that assume that you're the only private teacher your students will ever have. Like I'm the private teacher, and so that's how I teach band. So the goal of a private instructor, whether it's percussion or wind, is to get the student to sound like you. So if I taught clarinet lessons, and I'm a pretty good clarinet player, was way better before, but I want to get my students to sound like me, because the professional, right? And so I want to give my students the skill and the skill set to be able to do that. So it starts with a 2-count breath. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put my hand on my stomach like this over my belly button. I'm showing you what you're going to do. I'm going to exhale all the air, both feet on the floor. I'm going to exhale it's just a posture thing because then we go to play and I don't want you to have to like, plus it's kind of casual. So it's cool, it's fine. We're going to exhale all the air in 2 counts that's in our lungs, and then we're going to inhale through the big knuckle like this and make that sound. Now, I want you to, again, wheels turning. Why am I having you do right hand on the stomach? Why am I having you put the big knuckle in front of your face with an O like this? So I'm going to have you do it, and then you tell me what and why, okay? So what we're going to do is exhale 2, and then inhale 2 through the big knuckle like this. And then you're going to blow on the palm of your hand for 12 counts, feeling the airstream on the back of your hand. And extend the hand to make sure that the air continues to move forward, getting rid of all the air in 12 counts. Then you're going to breathe again and try to take in more air. You follow me? All right, so it'll look like this. It'll be exhale. That was not very good. I don't do this as often as my students do. Look at my right hand and look at the direction it goes when I inhale, and you're going to tell me what direction it goes. So right here, I'm going to exhale. For 12 counts, and then. So who noticed what direction did my right hand go when I inhaled for 2 counts? Raise your hand if you noticed. Did it go forward or back? Somebody raise your hand and tell me, what did you notice? Yes. It went forward because you're filling up your 2 lungs, right? And it's pushing the diaphragm down, causing the abdominal area to expand. If you're not filling up your lungs, the abdominal area, the diaphragm will not push down. Why is that important? Because in order for you to create the most resonant sound on your instrument, you must have your lungs filled up to a certain percentage capacity. Anybody know what it is? There's a minimum to have a shot at creating a resonant tone. So when I'm playing my clarinet, I have to fill my lungs up at least 80%. Everybody say 80. You can look it up, not now, later. 80%. Your goal really should be 100%. Most of you right now are living in the like 40% range. Right? When you're sitting there, you're using like 11% capacity. There's like nothing, right? And so you have to be super intentional. When I first started teaching, freshmen came into my program, and my year 1, this was like 34 years ago, and I'm like, these kids don't blow air to the horns. It's like, what is the deal? And I kept trying to get, and I figured it out in about my 3rd year teaching that it's not about the air that they're trying to get through the horn, it's the step before that. They're not getting enough air into the lungs to be able to play with a resonant tone. You follow me? All right, so your turn. Right hand here. Percussion, go ahead and stand up and do it, because the other thing that happens is when you take a deep, deep breath, you activate a nerve. It's called the vagus nerve, and it sends signals to your entire body. It relaxes your muscles, lowers stress, lowers anxiety. So you want to be super, super relaxed. Here we go. So exhale 2, inhale 2, and then blow on the hand. This is for everybody, and get relaxed. You don't want any tension. Left hand here. Make a no sound. Let's just experiment. Go ahead. Yeah. So as soon as you do something different, I want you to notice, what do you notice? What's different? What is it helping? So let's try it. Ready? Get set. So when you exhale, the belly button goes back, and when you inhale, the belly button expands. All right? Ready? And exhale. Blow on the hand. 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. Get rid of all the air. Again, go. Be aware, pianist, of raising your shoulders when you breathe. It should all be from the bottom. Do it again. Go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have one more shot. All the oxygen in the air in your lungs. Go. Good. So give me some feedback. What did you notice? Breathe. How many of you have done this exercise before like this? All right. So have you guys done this? All right. Cool. So what do you notice? That's great. You're a good band. So obviously you're doing some really great things. So tell me why. Why not just like Do that. What's the point? This. Give me some feedback. Why? Listen, there has to be a reason for everything that you do, and you need to know the reason. And if I can't give you a reason, or Mr. Otto can't give you a reason for why you're doing something, stop doing it. There has to be a point. There has to be a point. Go. Okay, so breathing from the bottom up, that's good. What specifically does this cause? Yes. Okay, so it helps it to increase the efficiency. What else? What else did you notice, like when you do it this way? What is it? You want to do it one more time and like process. I know it's early in the morning. Try it again. More time. Ready? What's happening? Get ready. Go for 100%, not just 80%. Ready? Exhale first. Exhale. Oh yeah. Blow on the hand. 3. And why are we blowing on the hand? And why are we extending the hand like this? Do it again. Out, 2, 3, 4. On the flat part of the hand so you feel the air. And all right, here we go. Now we have more hands up. Go. So it adds resistance. Okay? Anytime resistance is added to anything that you try to do, you're going to work harder at it. For example, if somebody was arm wrestling me this way, they push against me, resistance, it makes me work harder to push the other way, right? When you create resistance, it forces you to be more intentional to breathe in. You have to work harder. It's easier to go, it's harder to go this, okay? So that's one. The other thing is, and somebody touched on it, is you hear the speed of the intake. So listen to this. And I don't do it as well as you do, but you hear the difference in the speed, right? All right, so the goal is to fill up. So brass mouthpieces out. And now what I want you to do is take a 2-count breath. We're going to play a concert F woodwinds. All right, we're going to play it on the instruments. All right, concert F. French horns. Probably marching band. Do you usually sustain your G when the trumpets are playing their G? So we're doing that here too. I want you to do that. So your concert C. Okay. So where's my principal clarinet? Right here? Good. Can you play me, I'm going to do exhale, inhale, and I want you to play fortissimo G. When single reed players play louder, the pitch will go down, so you want to keep this firm. For brass and flutes, it's the opposite. When you push faster air, the pitch goes sharp, which is why you need to release pressure off your face. I'm giving you a lot of information in a short period of time, so it's like process, okay? So what's your name? Anch, am I saying it right? Yeah. All right, cool. So exhale 2, inhale 2, and then give me, fill this place up with an open G. All right, here we go. Ready? Exhale, breathe, loud. Oh, yeah, move the reed up a little bit. And are you the next person? All right, good. Let's do the same thing real quick, and just play an open G for me. All right, So, and we'll start here. Exhale, breathe. Good. What dynamic would you all call that? Yeah, piano. Can you do fortissimo? Even if it squeaks or something, doesn't matter. Just play loud. Exhale and breathe. Good. Let's call that mezzo piano. Let's go with 2 more dynamics. Exhale, super loud. Breathe. Better? Raise your hand if you like that tone better. Like the entire band raise their hand. That's good. So you want to do that. Good. Now can you try it? Sounds like the reed's a little thin. Did you move it up? Try it. Exhale. Yeah, it's a little thin. Exhale and breathe. Good. Let me see the reed for a second. Yeah. Do you have another reed that's, yeah. The other option, I always wanted to try, I use a Rovner, but mine doesn't have the little metal on the inside. You like that? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I may try it. Yeah, see if you can get it, either that or move the reed up further. All right, where's my first trumpet? Right there? All right, good. So everybody, we're going to, woodwinds, you're going to play. We're going to get you playing. Brass, you're going to buzz it. Put the mouthpiece in the left hand. Hold it at the very tip of the shank. And now percussion, you're kind of our ears, so you can kind of start listening to what's happening. And I want the brass players to buzz while the woodwinds play. Okay? Does that make sense? So we're going to, and apply, just listen, the way I teach is scaffolding. So we do step 1, which was breathing and then blowing. Step 1, 2, and 3. We just kind of build up from the first step. So get ready to buzz. Put your right hand over what my son's first trumpet teacher called the lungs the checking account. Deposit as much as you can so you can withdraw as much as you can, right? So big breath, and then buzz. You guys play woodwinds, all right? Concert F. So exhale for 2, inhale for 2, and try to get rid of all the air in 12 counts, okay? Hold thumb, index finger away from the cup, all the way to the tip. Why? So that you don't put pressure on your face. Here we go. Ready? Is exhale, concert F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many of you have air left over? Raise your hand. You have air left over, right? A ton of you because you're filling up. So what I want you to do, how are you going to get rid of all the air? Move the air faster or slower? Faster, right? So here we go. Remember, when you push the air faster, brass players, the pitch is going to go sharp. So brass players, as you push air, repeat after me. More air pressure, less lip pressure. So think about blowing the horn off of your face as you're blowing the air, okay? And then for reed players, just keep the corners firm. Try to get rid of the air. Move the air faster. Here we go. Same thing. Boom. Exhale and breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many of you still have air left over? Raise your hand. Yeah, so I'm going to let you cheat. Add a crescendo on count 9 and see if you can like push it and get rid of it. We're going to go down to E natural. You do Remington, like, or you go by halves. Do you do that exercise? Yeah. Okay, so we're doing E natural, just down a half step. So clarinet's your F sharp, alto's your C sharp. Tenor and alto especially, as you push the air faster on your instruments, just be careful that you don't push so far that the tone gets too spread, you know, because that's easier to do on saxophones, so just be careful with that. E natural, here we go, flutes, E natural, everybody, exhale and inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, F sharp. Good. Brass, as you're buzzing, make sure I hear pure tone as opposed to any fuzziness. If there's any fuzziness here, check this out. The formula for sound is air plus vibration. Air plus vibration equals sound. Think about it. When you push air, reed players, what vibrates? The reed. Brass players, when you push air, what vibrates? Your lips, right? And if you have any contact, it's already diminishing the amount of vibration. You want 100% vibration. For the flutes, you just spin the air. So down another half step. Concert E flat. Okay, so that's thumb F for clarinets, right? C natural for altos. E flat. Here we go. Push air. Let the lips vibrate. Exhale. Breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good, so I'm going to have the brass do this on the instruments now. So everybody back to concert F, all right, good. So back to on the instruments, okay, back to concert F. And remember, you guys are on G, all right, so mouthpiece on the instruments, okay, here we go. Yeah, we have some ears in front now. All right, here we go, ready, concert F, do the same thing. Tell me if you notice anything different, okay, concert F, everybody. Exhale, inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tell me, give me some feedback. So you just did some breathing, you did buzzing, now you put it on the horn. Tell me something that you noticed different, maybe of yourself, like when you went to play. What was different? Go ahead.
It was a lot easier to play longer duration.
So how many of, I forgot your name. Joey. Joey just said it was easier to play a longer duration note. How many of you would agree with that? It was easier. All right, cool. And that's important. That's for Lincolnshire Posey, movement 2. You need to tank up to be able to play long phrases, number 1. What else? What else did you notice was easy? Yes? How many of you felt like your tone was more confident? Like, yeah, cool, because you're compressing the air and supporting it. That's good. What else did you notice? Did you notice anything on the response? Yes? How many of you felt that it was easier for the note to speak on your instrument right now? Raise your hand out of curiosity. Yeah, and that's huge because remember, the formula is air plus vibration. For most young people, the vibration doesn't happen immediately, which is why the beginning, when you play a tone, listen, if I listen to an 8th grade play like a long tone and a 10th grader play a long tone, and I just walk in on the middle of the sound, it's going to be pretty similar. You know where I can tell the difference? The beginning. Because young players can't produce the middle of the note sound at the beginning because they don't know how to compress the air and get the vibration happening immediately. That's called immediacy of tone. You follow me? You got it? All right, good. So where's my first trumpet? Right here? Good. Can you play, is your reed good? All right, so let's just try open G. Let me hear your open G and check this out. And then we'll do your open G, and let's check those. This is kind of our warm-up for the day. So open G, I forgot your name. Anj. Yeah. All right, good. Exhale and breathe. So tell me some positive things you're noticing from his tone, like something that you're discerning, like what's something that like, oh yeah, that's pretty percussion as well. Like what are you noticing like from the tone? Yes. That's what I noticed. It's like he's compressed the air and that tone is ba. So if a flute player is trying to tune to Anch, you're going to be able to find that pitch because it's not wavering. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't have enough air in your lungs, the tone will waver. And then you're like trying to find pitch and it's very difficult. So that was great. Push in as far as you can, okay? Like is it push in all the way? Yeah, so firm up as much as you can. Tell me your name. Emily. Take exhale 2, inhale 2, and then I want you to like play twice as loud as the clarinet, right? Exhale and breathe. Is that twice as loud as the clarinet? Listen to Anch play. Listen to this. Ready? It's a woodwind. Like I mean, it's a nice sound, but listen to this. Exhale, breathe. Okay, Emily, you play the. So I play clarinet. My son plays trumpet. I defer to my son many times. So fill it up. Ready? Let's go. All right. A lot of air, not so much tongue. Exhale, breathe. Good. Now, as you're playing, and the way I teach is like a master class. Do you all ever have like a private teacher or a professional come in and do master classes for you guys, or do you ever bring anybody in, or if you do? But the way it works is usually, like say it's a trumpet master class, we bring a trumpet teacher, right? And they'll ask Emily, can you come up here and have you do some things, maybe play part of your solo, whatever. Everybody else is watching and learning. That's how I teach band. I teach band like a private lesson. So everybody's learning from what Emily's doing because you're all going to do it. So as you play, I want you to see if you can release pressure off of your face so that there's less pressure and it's more relaxed, right? So that sounds like there's a little tension, and we're going to do something in a second. So try it again, same thing. Open G, if you follow what I'm saying. And even if you lose the sound, well, first of all, listen, brass players, as you're pushing the mouthpiece away from your face, and the woodwind players right now, see, I talk to my college band like this, so the woodwind players right now are learning how to teach brass. My future band director, woodwinds, are learning. I'm not saying that you're all future band, but I'm saying in my band, this is how I teach it, right? So they're listening to what I'm telling Emily so that when they have a band, they know how to fix this. So as you play, you push that mouthpiece away from your face, replace it with more air, because if you don't, the vibration will stop because you're creating more space. Follow me? Try it. Exhale, breathe. Good. Now, tell me, did you notice a difference in the pitch? All right. And if so, and forgive me, but they just brought this in, and you know. So raise your hand and tell me what was the difference in the pitch that Emily just played. Raise your hand and tell me what did you notice? Percussion, did you notice? Like, what was the difference in the pitch? It's like if you put it on a tuner, what did you notice? Go ahead. 50-50 chance. This is why it's important that you all listen to exactly what I'm saying, because as I'm going down the line, you're going to be hit and miss, knowing are sharp and flat. But the more you do this, like you listen to what's happening here, and then I go here, and then I go here, I want you to guess before I tell them. And then you're going to get to a point where you're going to know yourself, oh yeah, I'm sharp. Oh yeah, I'm flat. We're training your ears as well. How many of you heard that the pitch was lower? Raise your hand if you heard that. Yeah, so the majority, which is good, because that means you're more relaxed, right? So push in a little bit and play a little stronger, and try it one more time. Then we're going to put you with the first clarinet. Woodwind player, actually, yeah, woodwind players, can you blow, without making noise, blow warm air through the instrument to get the temperature up a little bit without us hearing it? Because I want to make sure we get it. All right, here we go. Emily, exhale. It's not the same sound you just played. Exhale. Good. Push in a little bit more. Okay. Is it pushed in more than you usually are? A little bit. All right. Keep going. That's good. Exhale. Big sound. Go. Great. Now, can I just call you A? Is that the first A? All right. So go ahead and play. Yeah. That Wawa coffee is pretty good. All right. I'm just saying. So let me have Emily and Anj together. All right. Firm up. Exhale. Breathe. Can you hear that they're trying to match? All right. We're trying to get that. Emily, there's still a little too much tension, so we're going to fix it. Play an F sharp. Brass, get ready. This is what you're going to do. F sharp. I want you to play an F sharp, but don't finger it. Bend it. Yeah, push loud. Exhale, breathe. Does it take more air or less air to bend a note? More. Even if you don't know, the fact that I'm asking tells you it's more. Go. Exhale. You get it, brass? You're going to do this. All right, so band, here's what we're going to do. In for 2, out for 12, concert F, okay? You guys are on G. Then I'm going to give you 4 beats to get rid of air in 2 counts, any stale air you have. Re-tank up in 2 counts. Woodwinds, you play an E natural, so you finger the next note. Brass, you bend it down. You follow me, what Emily just did, right? And then I'm going to give you 4 beats out, again, get rid of two beats, breathe in 2 beats, come back to the concert F, and you find the resonant point on your instrument. What is that? There's a sweet spot on your instrument where the instrument actually vibrates. You're going to feel a vibration. Most of you right now are playing a little above that. So we bend it down, you come back, and you find the center of that pitch where the instrument, literally, you feel it vibrating in your hands. That's called the resonant point. You follow me? Makes sense? And that's where you find it. All right, here we go. Ready? Exhale 2. Each time you breathe, try to get more oxygen from this auditorium into your lungs. You're still like at 62%. Okay, here we go. Concert F, regular. G for you guys. Exhale. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, left. Excellent. Brass, what did I say? More air pressure, less what? Lip pressure, right? So as you're playing, I heard a little bit of tension, and I'm not hearing that all of you are pulling the mouthpiece, trying to pull the mouthpiece away to allow the top lip to vibrate. If I see a little red, and I would see this with Ethan when he was like in junior high, all the middle school all the time. Like he'd practice for like a minute, and I'd see the red ring. I'm like, Ethan, too much pressure on your face. Yeah? All right? So really try to pull that mouthpiece away from your face as you're playing. If you lose the note, whatever, don't worry about it. We're experimenting. Here we go. That was great. What did you notice when the band just played? Keep analyzing. Ready? Again. Exhale. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Exhale. Brass, bend it down. Woodwinds E natural. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come back up. Find the sweet spot. Relax your shoulders. Good. What did you notice? Give me some feedback as you're playing. Like, what did you personally notice? Raise your hand if something sounded different, first of all. Raise your hand. Anybody that noticed anything that sounded different, raise your hand. Remember, when something changes, we need to know. So raise your hand if you notice something different. I'm not going to call on you. So raise your hand. I'm not going to call on you. It's like you guys are kind of shy right now. Okay, put your hand up like high so I can see it. All right. Okay, good. Now, volunteer. What did you notice personally, like especially for the brass players, what did you notice personally? What was different? Okay, I just need to know what you're experiencing. Yes? Interesting. So you're using more air, but you thought it was less bright. Okay? So it's interesting. It's all about using the air. The principal trumpet player in the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, his name is Esteban Batayan. And again, our students have the luxury of like they get discount tickets to the CSO concerts. And the first time I went with my son Ethan. When he first came, they were playing the Planets. And this guy is a monster trumpet player, and he plays so loud, but it's very dark, very resonant, so it never gets louder than lovely, right? And so what's happening is when you guys take a deep breath, you're opening up the breathing passage. It's really open. I did when I rehearsed several bands in Georgia at the beginning of the week, and this popped in my head. Start thinking, brass players, of the throat like the bore size of your instrument. And you always want to have the biggest bore size, you know, the tubing, Woodwinds has the tubing for the brass. The bigger the better, bigger mouthpiece, because then you can push more air and make a bigger sound. So when you take a deep breath, you're opening up the bore. You're opening up the size of the breathing tube, and it allows you to play a sound that looks like this as opposed to this. Does that make sense? Good. We're going to do that one more time. A couple of the brass players didn't actually bend it all the way down. Remember, stay in first, stay open, see if you can bend it. Push a lot of air. It should be a nasty sound, by the way, like you gotta, it's an exercise when you go down. All right, one more time. Ready? Same thing. Woodwinds, level 2 listening is what I call trios. Listen to the person on either side and start matching. Ready? Exhale, in, ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exhale, bend it down, brass. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exhale, bring it up. Here it is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. Give me some feedback really quick before we go on. What else did you notice when you went back up as you're playing personally? Like, what did you notice? Oh, this is a little different now when I played. Whatever. Give me some feedback. Feedback. Yes. Less stifled. How many of you agree with that? It felt less stifled, right? Or more open sound. Good. We're on the right track. So now let's do this. Clarinets, let me get you it tuned up. Let's do a little tuning. So Anj, you go first, and then I'm going to add you. Okay. What's your name? Emma. All right. Cool. So here, and by the way, the first requirement when I have you play by yourself is volume, air, which is what we've been working on. So air first, and if the air is right, then the tone will be right. And if the tone is right, the intonation will be close. But because it's a different place, we're probably going to have to adjust the length of your instrument a little bit anyway. Okay, so here we go. Anj goes first. Yeah, concert F, so open G, and get ready. You're going to be next. Exhale, breathe. And then same volume. Exhale, breathe. Good. Then Emma play the same volume, softer or louder? Softer, right? Softer, which is why it was sharp. Because remember I said when you push the air faster, single reed players, your pitch will drop. So your pitch is going to be sharp if you don't use enough air, right? So you have to start with like the same air, like pick up the air that he's using and put it in your lungs and blow. Okay, here we go. So Anj, exhale, breathe, exhale, breathe. Blow. More. Keep going, keep going. Good. So what did you notice when Emma started to blow more air and that happened to the intonation? Did it get better or worse? It got better, right? So can you start with the air you ended with at the beginning? You got a great sound, but you have to match his, all right? Good. So Anj, and Anj, here's what I'm going to do. 5% less air from you, 30% more air from you. Exhale, Anj, breathe. Exhale, breathe. Go. It got a little closer, right? It's not there yet, but it got closer. Because what happens is now you did start with the air, and again, I'm using Emma as the masterclass subject here. Emma started with great air, but it didn't continue. So that's why you need to compress the air and keep the air going, and it'll stay right where you want it. All right, one last time. Emma, you're really close. Anj, exhale, breathe, exhale, go. Go. Good, so now what we'll do is we'll pull you out just a little bit. Anj, go, and then here. Exhale, and exhale, breathe. We'll take it. Anj, go, you know how to do it. Exhale, breathe. Good, do you think you're using the same amount of air, less or more? Yeah, so use more. Right here. Exhale, breathe. Good, bingo. See the air. If you use the air, you're almost. Let me put it this way. If you don't use air, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you're going to be out of tune, right? Do you all want to be in tune? Yeah, of course. All right, go. Exhale, breathe. Good. Do you all have tuners on your stands? Yeah, good. Shut them off. We're tuning your ears, not your eyes. All right, you're very conscientious. Like students everywhere, and my students, you know, but I like forbid them once we start rehearsal. Use them all day long in the practice room, and like at the beginning. But then like once we start, then I don't use them. One more time here, and then we'll get the clarinets going, and then trumpets. Exhale and exhale and. So you got the idea? So you're still a little sharp. You're starting a little tense. To get a clarinet sound like one, I want you to listen to the center of the section and match. Exhale, clarinets. So if you hear the wave, blow the air a little faster and see if you can match a little bit more. All right, try it again. You're probably still a little sharp. Try it again. Same thing. Exhale, inhale. Firm up a little bit. Let me have two G's, long C, and then E. So long C is third space, just C above that, and then you're playing fourth space E. Got it? Clarinets play, you got it? All right, open G. Exhale, breathe. Does that pretty much how the clarinets always sound, right? Yeah? No? Yeah, give me some feedback. What?
I'll let them answer.
Answer. Be honest. We're here to get better. So give me some feedback. Does it sound the same? No? No? What? Yeah. How many of you agree with that? It sounds much more supported. That's a very polite way to say it, too. They sound way better. No, it's like, that's good. All right, do we have bass clarinet? All right, good. Open G for me. Play me a low G, okay? Your low G. Exhale, breathe. In tune or out of tune? Right, so we'll fix it. But listen, it has nothing to, it has not, push in all the way. Make sure you push in all the way as far as possible because it's really under the pitch. And it has to do with the temperature, right? So can you firm up as much as you can? Try it again. Low G, exhale, breathe. Exhale. Firm up. Firm up. Keep going. Right, so what I want you to do is blow warm air into the instrument because we have to get that temperature up, and you may want to move the reed up a little bit. G, play your G. Exhale, inhale. Okay, good. Now play up an octave. Just play up an octave. Exhale, breathe. No. Yeah, try it again. Yeah, you got it. Just don't tighten up too much. Go ahead. Low G. Good. Push in a smidge and you're good. Are you almost ready? Good. Play me a low C and play me your low G. Low C, low G. All right? Just play C. Like 1, 2, 3. Right? Ready and go. Just C. I'll take it. Good. Low C, E, C, C, G, G. Right? The long C, long E. Clarinet choir play together. And then you can play the note we just tuned with him. You got it? Here we go. Bass clarinet, all clarinets. Exhale, breathe. Little lesser. No. Good. When you play, drop your jaw a little bit so it's not sharp. All right? Try it again. Clarinet choir. Exhale. And remember, you're on her octave, right? Exhale, and you're playing C. Exhale, breathe. Okay, let me hear the two of you play the C together. You're in the octave that I had you play before. Got it? The two of you together. Exhale, breathe. Good. Can you play now right below that B-flat concert? Okay, try it again. Exhale, breathe. You got it. Good. Clarinet choir, here we go. Exhale, breathe. Saxes, all of you play your low G. That's the idea. Hang on to that idea. Saxes, your low G together. Exhale, breathe. Clarinet choir play, show them the air to use. Exhale, clarinets. Little less first. Saxes, exhale, breathe. Good, play a G for me. Your G, go. Good, pull out a smidge. Let me have you play your low, you playing tenor or Barry? Tenor, go ahead, G. Pull out a little bit, and do we have Barry? No, all right, good. That's right, good. Play me a low G, go. Good, push in just a little bit. Push in a little bit. Push in a little bit. Who plays first alto? You do? Good. Play me your E natural. Play me your B natural. Middle E natural, Anj. B natural. Good. So B natural, G, 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 G. Bass clarinet's the C that we just played. Here we go. Second row only. Exhale. Breathe. Add the clarinets to that. Here we go. Ready and breathe. Raise your hand if you hear a difference. You hear something different? All right, keep going after it. Good. Play me a concert F bassoon real quick, just concert F, and play me a low G, Anj. Ready? Usually I use a harmony director and do this. I know I got to go in a second, right? Yeah. Ready and breathe. Up an octave. Yeah, go. You got it. That's a great sound. Just go up an octave. Can we do that? Oh, okay. Yeah, can you finger it? Yeah, that was a great sound. We get Yeah. All right. Try it. Up. Good. See if you can relax your embouchure a little bit and blow more air. You got it. Ready and breathe. Bingo. Bingo. That's your note. Good. Flutes, play me an A natural all together real quick. A natural up above the staff. B flat. I'll go with that. Good. Who plays first flute part? Right here. So let me have you play a D, and you play first also? Yeah? So you play a D above that. Everybody else play a B flat. When you play the D, play it soft and low. Together, ready, and high D for you. Listen to the B flat and get the pitch up if you need to. Push in a little bit. Keep, no, you push in a little bit. You're playing a D. All right, try it again. Ready? Exhale, breathe. Push in a little bit more. No, push in. Are you playing D or B? No, push in a little bit too. You're playing D, yeah, you're good. One more time. Yeah, if you hear it low, push in a little bit. Again, ready, and breathe. When it's in tune, you're going to hear a little buzz in your ear. All right, do it again. So spin the air to make sure you match. Exhale, breathe. Good. B flat, go. Push in, yep. Keep going, go. Good, next. And pull out a little bit, B flat. Big breath. Okay, and B flat. Good, here we go, flutes, match, B flats and 2 Ds. Exhale, breathe. Add the clarinet choir, match that. Keep that B flat from going flat. Exhale. Saxophones, ready, and keep that B flat. You hear a difference? Yeah, good. Oboe, B flat or F? What's your favorite note? What do you want? F? Let me hear the F. Go ahead. Up an octave. Good. Try to lower it like a half step. All right. Play me a high G. You got it. Good. And then, are you playing piccolo? Yeah. Play your F. Let me hear the two of you play F. Bingo. Woodwind choir, play together. Woodwind choir. Exhale. Inhale. Find somebody else that has the same note with your ears in a different section and see if you can match them. Really close. And then second clarinet, drop your jaw. Exhale, breathe. The G is still low. Good. Who was trying to favor it up a little bit because you felt a little flat? Anybody favoring it up a little bit? Yeah, a little pushing just a little bit more. Got it? Do I need to go or can I finish the brass? Okay, good. So keep going with your, I would do the first part of lip benders and then do the chorale, and I think they need me for like 3 minutes, and then I'll come back, and then I want to get the brass, all right? Woodwinds, tell me something that you feel is better before I go. What is better right now that's improved? Give me some feedback. And percussion, actually, what did you notice? Let me ask you first. So what do you notice as far as the woodwinds? Give me some feedback. Fuller sound. Okay, so they said fuller sound. We weren't even really talking all that much about that because we were focused more on tuning, but it sounds fuller. What else? Much more consistent. All right, cool. You're not just making this stuff up, are you? No. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, good. All right, and then 2 of you, and then I got to go sign autographs or something. All right, so what else did you notice? Woodwinds? Yes? How many of you feel like the woodwind tone quality is better? Is fuller? Yeah? Oh, boy, the brass just went like, yeah, finally. No, I'm kidding. Kidding, joke. All right, good. So listen, keep going with it. Do number 2, and I want you to take 2 count breaths. So in fact, start number 2. You can get on the podium. I'm going to start you. I'm going to walk out. Okay, here we go. Number 2. That's probably the wrong notes. All right, ready? So I want you to fill up with great full sounds. Okay, no pressure on the face. All right, you get it started. All right, ready? Is exhale, inhale. Oh, good. More time. So that's how we're going to do it. Ready? Is exhale, inhale. Stop. Slur, the way we did before. Slur it with dynamic shaping. Exhale, breathe. Thanks, man. All right. So no, actually, I started them.
Okay, here we are with Alex Kaminsky. I said that it was going to be Greg Martin because I can't read charts very well. Because yesterday there were 3 bands and it was the second one down.
Right.
So,
Well, we're both from Florida, so.
yeah, you're spitting images.
Yeah,
of
there
each
you go.
other.
Yeah.
So you were just talking a lot about sound and about resonance. Can you give us just a little bit more details? We're running short, so we can keep this quick to get you back in there.
Sure, yeah. So basically, I talk to the students about trying to create the most resonant tone that they can. I tell them I got my master's degree in clarinet performance, and it was all about creating the most resonant tone that you can, and you do that by filling up your lungs as much as possible. You know this, you like Sam Palafian, you know, breathing gym. And so I do some of that on a very basic level, filling up the lungs with 2 counts of intake, and then blowing the air faster to really try to create that resonant tone. And of course, when individual tones are resonant, it just has a very positive effect on the sonority of the ensemble.
Yeah, that's great. And I love that you're having them play loudly, because it's definitely my experience that it's the easiest to get a nice resonant sound with a nice.
Well, it's
full
funny, when
tone.
I started teaching 34 years ago, I taught 6 through 12, and I probably had the most obnoxious sounding beginning band on the planet, because I was just trying to get them to use a ton of air.
Right.
It's easier to do that and then smooth off the edges than it is to like start with, okay, let's have a perfect blend, perfect balance, you know, and then try to get them to open up. It's,
Right.
it's more difficult to go the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. What are we about to see with the end of your session?
So I just finished the woodwinds, and they're kind of close with the tone and the pitch center. I'm going to check the brass,
Okay.
and then hopefully we can do a little of posy movement too.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll get you back in there.
All right,
Thank you so much.
All righty. All right, good. I'm back. Okay,
great.
So, brass players, concert F. Ready? Concert F, you're on G. Woodwinds, you're pretty much in a good place right now, right? All right, here we go. Concert F, brass. You know what to do. You're on G. Exhale. Woodwinds, can you play the chord I had you play? Right? Remember B flat D, right? And show the brass the air that we need to use. Exhale. Just the, that was great horns, but just the woodwinds, they're showing you. Exhale, woodwinds. One time, ready? Exhale, again. No, same thing, woodwinds. Exhale. And then flutes, listen down to the clarinets as you play. You listen down to the first alto and match him. Got it? Exhale, woodwinds, listen. Brass, concert F, with that air. Exhale. Good. Who plays first trumpet? Right here and here. And then second trumpet, I assume, and then third trumpet. So we're gonna all the trumpets play open G for me together. Sound like Emily, big sound. And then when I go like this, I want the first 4 trumpets to go to a C. And then when I go like this again, the first trumpets are going to go to an E. So you're going to sound like the clarinets. All right, open G. You understand? You guys just keep that beautiful G. Exhale, breathe. I like the sound. Let's just make sure the pitch is where it needs to be, down the line. So I'm going to pretend you're first chair. So you play and like as loud as you can. Exhale, breathe. Emily, play. Show him the sound that you want him to make. Exhale, breathe. Okay, try it again. Exhale, big sound, breathe. Exhale, breathe. Good. Is that softer or louder? Exhale, loud. Go. Good. Let me hear the two of you together, and let's see if the two of you together can make the same sound that Emily's making. Two of combined. Exhale, breathe. Go. Exhale, go. Got it? So as you blow, keep the embouchure nice and firm. Good. Can you do it by yourself now? Exhale, breathe. Thank you for the air. Now we know that we need to pull out a little bit. It's great. Just pull out a little bit. All right. The main tuning slide. Pull it out. All right. Go here. Exhale, breathe. Pull out a smidge. Exhale, breathe. Good. Play me a C above that, even louder. Go. Yeah, that's right. And let me hear your C. Exhale, breathe. Push in a smidge. C. Exhale, breathe. Pull out a little more. G. Exhale, breathe. Trumpets play the G together. I want you to sound louder than all five. Ready? And Good, and if you hear waves, that means you're not using enough air. Exhale, breathe. Relax your shoulder. Good, one more time here. Good, as you blow more air, can you take pressure off the top lip so the pitch doesn't go sharp? Exhale, go. Emily, join him. Keep going. Breathe first. Are you really having to pull that pitch down still? Yeah, the C is low, the G is sharp, so you're just using a little too much pressure on the G, so just remember that. Got it? Good. G, exhale, breathe. What do you want, more or less? Exhale, breathe. Excellent. Pull out a smidge. Pull out a little tiny bit. Got it? Trumpets, let me hear that G together now. And sound like Emily. All right, make sure you can hear her, but play full. Exhale, breathe. 4 of you go to C. E. Good, now play together, and then make sure the air is nice and warm. If you hear tension, that means it's a little tight. Together, trumpets, exhale, G, C, E. E. Exhale, and. Always sounds like that, right? Yeah? Good. So let's do this. Clarinets and trumpets together and see if you can sound like one. So sound like thirds. Thirds sounds like thirds. Seconds. Seconds. Sound like each other. First. All right, here we go. Clarinets, trumpets. Exhale. Breathe. Woodwinds and trumpets. And then we'll get the low brass and horns and we go. Okay, here we go. Woodwinds and trumpets. So first row sound like the third row. Third row sound like the first row. Exhale, woodwinds and trumpets. Little left. Did you hear the hall? Do you hear the sound is coming back? Raise your hand if it sounds different to you. All right, we're almost there. Low brass, play me a concert B flat. Okay. Tuba, you're on second line, not low, but second line. All right, concert B flat above. All right, euphonium, trombone, top of the staff. Exhale, breathe. No, just a B flat. Exhale, breathe. Good. Trumpets, show them the air that you want them to use. G, C, E. Exhale. Concert B flat. With that air. Exhale. Great. Now, thank you, euphonium. So one at a time. First here. Go. Pull out a smidge. Pull out a smidge and less pressure on the face. B flat. There we go. They've set a high standard. Exhale. Breathe. Good for you. Exhale. Breathe. Pull out just a little tiny bit on the main tuning slide. Exhale. Breathe. So now everybody knows, right? So what are you going to tell them? Use more? Right. So yeah. So I want you to take the air that the two of them played and put it in your horn. And you have a big horn. You got to all right. So empty, big fill up, and go. Exhale. Good. Play me an F below that. Exhale. Inhale. Good. Pull out a smidge, all right, and just keep nice and open. And then tuba B flat. Exhale. Breathe. You got it. So, and you'll have more air as long as you exhale, inhale a ton, and go. All right? We're good. That's a great sound. Exhale, inhale. Great. Let me have, excellent, B flat and 2 Fs. And then, so now you've capitalized on the air, so you can back off 10%, so you can match him, and then you're using his air both on F. Yeah, just fourth line F, like just right below the B flat. F. F, B flat, tuba, together. Ready? 2 of you on F. Exhale. Breathe. Good, I'll take it. Who's first trombone? You are? Good. Can you play a D above the same note that Emily played? Exhale, breathe. Good. And then play a B flat for me, second trombone. Exhale, breathe. Good. Pull out a little tiny bit more, and now low brass play together. So we have B flat, F, B flat, D, F, F. Here we go, low brass. Exhale, breathe. Keep going. Trumpets, join that sound. Exhale. Keep it focused. Saxophones, join. Clarinets. Relax your shoulder. Flutes. Keep it focused. Keep it focused. Great. And now let me have horns play trigger C, and then we're going to do a little posy. So let me have just trigger your triggers. Who's first horn? There. I usually put my first horn here. It's first, second, third, fourth, so that the first is playing into the rest of the section, but
let's make this switch.
Go. First, second, third, fourth. So third stays in this, I think, or do you all change? I don't know. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody else play the chord again together while the horns change seats. And now find somebody else in a different section that has a note you have with your ears, and I want you to tell me who that is. Okay, here we go. Ready? Is exhale. All right, so somebody raise your hand and tell me somebody in a different section. Yes. Third trumpets. All right, euphoniums and third trumpets play. Let's see if you have the same note. So I want you to listen to the euphoniums. Euphoniums, listen to the trumpets as you play. Exhale, breathe. Good. How many of you heard a little crack above the note and then it came down? That's because you're using plenty of air, so now you can relax your face. Try it again. Exhale, push from the stomach, not the face. Push from the stomach, not the face. Exhale. Match. Here's the deal, the trumpets. If you all three are playing perfectly in tune, but you're playing different volumes, it sounds out of tune. You must use the same air as the person that's using the most air between the three of you. You understand? Otherwise, you can be in tune all day long, it sounds wrong. The reason the euphoniums may not be perfectly in tune, but they're both playing with the same volume, so it sounds in tune. It's a physics thing. Got it? Try it again. Third trumpets, euphoniums. And euphoniums, you just stay right here in the pocket, all right? Because you can go 101%. We don't want that either, okay? Trumpets, here we go. Exhale, breathe. Not perfect, but better. Got it? Good. Everybody play, and then the horns will get this out, and then linkage opposing movement too. Okay, here we go. So do you hear it in your ear? Okay. Exhale. Breathe. And your goal is to get more ring each time you release, right? The hall is telling you. Percussion, do you hear a difference? Yes. You do? All right. Yeah? Yeah. Good, bad, worse? All right, good. All right, good. C. Good. Take the hand out a little further. So everybody who's not a brass player or French horn player, I'm teaching you how to teach horn. So if you put the back of the hand on the opposite side of the bell, and then you open up a little bit to get the pitch up and get more French horn sound. Exhale, breathe. Bingo. Exhale, breathe. Exhale, excellent. Go ahead and pull out the tuning slide a little bit. Exhale, breathe. Good, and that's a double horn? Yeah. Pull out the trigger quite a bit and put the hand in further so we can get that pitch down. All right, one more time here. Exhale, breathe. Still a little high. Good. Play me your F below that. F. 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 I sang it wrong. F. Go. Good. It's just a little sharp. Play me your A. A and lower it. A. Good. And then C. Let me hear your trigger C again. Go. Boom. Good. Push back in a little bit. That's a little too far. You're good. Exhale, breathe. Go with that. Good. Now play me the F that she played. F. Yeah, just first valve. First valve. Good. Now play a low C. Boom. Low C. Open. Boom. Boom. Horns play a low C together. Low C together. Boom. Good. Play that low C for me. Play a low C for me. Play a G. Ball. Little lower. Ball. Ball. Play a G horns. Exhale. Breathe. Good. Pull out the main tuning slide a lot. Okay. The main tuning slide. Is that the main tuning slide? All right. Is that it? Help them out. Help them out. Yeah. Help them out. The main tuning slide, yeah. Under your other slide. Right there. Yeah, we help each other. We help each other. All right, you got it? Try that. G, again, horns together. All right, you guys are the anchor. Exhale, breathe. Good, go. Excellent. Now play the low C. Whoa. Lower. You got it, good. C, F, A, C. Play together, exhale, boom. Trumpets join that sound. Pull the A, exhale. Trombones, go. Euphoniums, exhale, breathe. Pull that D down. Good. Saxophones. Shouldn't hear her. Good. Low flutes, low reeds. Clarinets, go. Together. Exhale, breathe. Little. Good. Last thing we're going to do is we're going to play a whole note on that and then slur down a half step, all right, and then come back up. So this chord, so if you're playing a G, then F sharp and G. Or if you're going to B flat, A natural, B flat. Or D, D flat, D. You understand? All right, try it. Ready? Is exhale, one breath. So not everybody understands, but we're going to do this one more time. So you're playing low C, B natural, C, right? You're playing A flat, A. You're playing F, E natural, F. Anybody G, F sharp, G, C, B natural, C. You already got that, right? Anybody? All right, you got it, G, F sharp. All right, try it again, same thing. Make the second chord sound as good as the first. You should be able to go down chromatically, like every note, it sounds just as good. Okay? As soon as you push buttons down, bad things will happen unless you're listening. Exhale and warm air. So tuba, when you play B flat and then, do you think you need more air or less air when you push valves down? More, because the instrument's getting longer. So let me hear you. How many of you playing concert B flat? I'll make it easy. Concert B flat, raise your hand. B flat. All right, so let me hear you all do it by yourselves first. B flat, A natural, B flat. Exhale, big breath. All the concert B flats. All the concert B flats. Third horn, all the concert B flats. Concert B flats. Concert B flats. Got it? We got to keep moving. I got to get to music. Exhale and breathe. Good. So the people that are playing the concert B flat, you're playing concert F. Got it? It's concert B flat. Got it? C for clarinet. Exhale and breathe. You're playing concert F. She's playing the concert B flat. Exhale and breathe. Bingo. Let me have the concert F people raise your hand, which is team euphonium. So listen for euphonium. Here we go. Concert F people do it. Ready? So exhale and concert F people. Did you like that? No. Exhale and breathe. So you're not bending, you're fingering. Got it? And then G, F sharp, G. More time. Exhale. That's it, trumpets. Breathe. B flat and F play it together. Here we go. B flat and F, and then I'll bring the other people. Ready? B flat F, perfect fifth. Exhale and breathe. How many of you are trying to adjust as you play? Raise your hand if you're, yeah, so just lock it in because we're close and just lock it in. Concert D people is my first chair players basically, first parts. All right, D, D, flat, da. Exhale, first part players. And right here. There you go. There we go. So how many of you are listening more intently than you normally listen? Raise your hand. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Together. Now, check this out. Everybody does their job. If you're playing concert B flat, you're listening for that tuba. All right, tuba play loud. If you're playing concert F, you're listening for the euphoniums. Here we are. If you're playing the concert D, you're listening for first trombone. Exhale and here. More time, same thing. The release wasn't very good. Exhale and hotter air, guys, hot. All right, raise your hand if something sounds different to you as far as the sound of the band. It sounds good? All right, good. So play number 10 and then let's do movement 2. All right, number 10, everybody. Number 10. Play the first note the same way that you just played, all right? First note, number 10 of, you know what I'm talking about, right? All right, let me hear that first. I haven't heard this since I was in college, which was like last year. No, 34 years ago. All right, first chord, ready? E flat major. Exhale, fermata. How many have a concert G? Raise your hand. That's it. All right, you're on the third of the chord, and if it's a sharp note on clarinet, so you're going to pull that down a little bit. All right, one more time, same thing. You're going to relax that pitch. Again, exhale. F says F. This is everybody. Everybody. I know I'm going fast. This is everybody. This is everybody playing. Everybody's playing. Exhale. Hum that note. Take a deep breath. Hum it. Go to ah. That was awesome. Play it. Exhale and. Let's play. 2. Big breath. Good. Why did I stop? Somebody raise your hand and tell me. Let's see, future band directors, you know what. So tell me, why did I always tell my band when I'm rehearsing them at the college, as soon as I stop, try to guess why I stopped before I say it. And then like when they get to the point where they know the priority, then it's like, all right, you're ready to go teach. All right, why do you think I stopped? Any idea why I stopped? Yes? So you're on the right track. The second note was not together. So when we're playing the first note, E, together. Got it? Here we go. By the way, the reason we do the 2-count breath, in music, breaths are generally a quarter rest or an eighth rest. Like Lincoln's Symposium, the beginning is quarter rest. Body, right? So, but we do a 2-count breath so you feel what it feels like to fill up, and then your job is in 1 count to get the 2 counts of air in. You follow me? All right, so here we go. We're going 1 count, but get all that air in. The deeper the air, your sound has transformed before my eyes, all right? It's because you're tanking up. You're still, I'm going to say you're at 78%. Get to 80. Ready? Oh. If you come in early, that means you're not taking in enough air. Good. Can you add spin the air 5% faster? Same thing. And make sure that you do this in 1 breath. Do it again. Spin the air a little faster without changing the quality of the sound, okay? Especially the low brass. Now, is that the way you always sound when you play this? And if not, what's the difference? Give me, because I don't know, I've never heard you play this. So give me some feedback. Your band director is waiting for the feedback. All right. So what? Because do you hear anything a little different? Yeah. So what is he thinking right now? What are you noticing? You're playing. What do you know? What's different? What's different? Yes.
The stability of all 4 notes together just makes it overall sound better, and we're all a lot more open and relaxed.
Okay. Cool. Right. But what about the sound? That's what I'm saying. Oh, so it sounds like more like 1? Cool. Can you conduct number 10, and then we're going to go into, go ahead.
I was going to say, it sounds like people are treating this more professionally rather than just like as a warm-up class.
So this is what I teach my future band directors. It's important to have a routine, but it's not good to let it become routine. There always has to be intention in what you're doing. So as you're playing, you're analyzing my tone, my pitch. Is everything working? Does everything sound the way I want it to sound? Do I hear the rest of the instruments in the ensemble? All those things are happening. Mr. Rock, can you conduct this? And then we're going to do a little of movement 2. All right? And I still would like a little more air from the larger instruments on the first note especially. So play the first chord, and then I'm going to let him conduct it. All right? First chord. Each time, it's just like marching band. Each rep should be better. First chord, make it as resonant as you can, which means try to fill up 100%. First chord, everybody. First chord. Exhale. Big breath. Hold. Pull out a little bit. Pull out a little bit. Firm up. Good. Go ahead. Breathe. Good. Does it sound better or worse than it normally sounds? Yeah, better. Cool. So because that's the key. When you play Lincoln's Symposium, we've got to get this sound in that piece. What I was going to say was, remember this, rule number 96. You're only as good as your last breath. Repeat after me. You're only as good as your last breath. So when you breathe in between, you still have to like tank up the same way. I can tell what the next phrase is going to sound like based on the breath that you took. You understand? So, ba, Ba-dee-dee-dee, right? So do that. One more time, same thing, and do a different tempo. Exhale. Inhale. Breathe. Push in. What sounds different from up there to you?
The low brass, which is spectacular. The clarinets are playing out, which is also spectacular, and the trumpets are blended.
All right, cool. Yeah, and it'll help. The deeper the breath, it'll open you up a little bit, so the tone that's coming out will be more resonant, more beautiful. And look at your posing movement too. Here we go. Yeah, percussion. You can probably. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
I really like the euphonium French horn blend. It's much
Yeah. Well, and I do a lot of a lot of that blending kind of stuff. All right, just a little bit of this, and then the next session you can kind of move into this a little more. Regardless of the dynamic, rule number 101, always take a fortissimo breath. Repeat after me, always take a fortissimo breath. Always take a fortissimo breath. Especially when you play soft. Okay, go, compress the air.
I'm just going to give you ba-da. Here we go, ready? Big breath.
Good, stop. And the other thing I want you to do is, as you're playing this, we haven't even rehearsed it, see if anything sounds better by virtue of what we've just done already. See if what you've done, you're transferring into here. See if this actually sounds better than the last time you played it. I don't know when the last time you played it was, but see if it actually sounds better, and you didn't even touch it. Try it. Spin the air. Spin the air. A little more alto. Spin the air. Spin the air. Make sure you're playing flat at the top. Good. Give me some feedback. What did you think sounded better? Tell me something that you thought sounded better. Give me some. Yes. How many agree with what Joey said? So it still sounded soft, but it sounded like still more projected and supported. Raise your hand. Did it sound like that? Because I've never heard you play this. Good. Flutes, you marked that flat that we missed. Good. And then be careful with that horns part right toward the end that we're good. All right. Good. Can I conduct a little bit? I want to drive the car a little bit. Beginning. Here we go. And I'm just going to do some things. But listen, two things. As you cross bar lines, these bar lines, the air should move fastest at the bar line. Rule number 110. I don't know, I'm making that up. Right? So as you cross bar lines in Chicago, we have trains, and if a train is coming and the train track is here, I'm not going to kind of, oh, the train's coming, I'm going to go really slow, whatever. The train's coming, I'm going to like jump over the track. I want you to imagine that the bar line is the train track and the train's coming, you push that air fast, okay? If that analogy works, great. If it doesn't, I'll try to come up with a different one. All right, so here we go, beginning. And the other thing is the ends of phrases, the big, like the whole notes, keep the air spinning all the way to the back of the note. Make sense? Here we go, beginning. Good. One of you did not take a full breath. Good. I would like the low brass to push the air faster between the notes. And the other thing is, be careful. Bobby Adams used to say this. Greg Martin knows who Bobby Adams is. Be careful about taking an assumed tempo. I'm not going to go beyond that because you're high school kids. But be careful about taking an assumed tempo. And don't assume what the tempo is going to be. Am I going faster or slower than you're used to going? Right. So just go. Right. Here we go. One more time. Breathe together. Breathe together. Push, push, push. Keep the air coming, tuba. Keep spinning the air, bass clarinet. Pitch going up, spin the air flutes. Big crescendo. Yada crescendo clarinets. Good, that's the idea, and we can spend some time rehearsing on that. But raise your hand of something that was better, you thought, that from the last time maybe you played that. Give me some feedback. Like, what did you think was maybe was a little bit better? And of course, I'm a different person conducting it too, so it might be different. Yeah. So crescendo at 30. How many of you like the way you crescendoed at 30? A little bit better. You know what she's talking about? Yeah? Good. And just be careful too. Another thing is the higher you play, the crescendos are not going to be as necessary in terms of volume because we're going to hear that. So always let the crescendo come from the bottom in the middle. Something else before because I think I have to go to the next group, right? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Something else. What else? Because I haven't heard you, and Mr. Martin can probably work on this and do a great job with it too. So, something else. What else did you horns? Like, what? Give me some feedback. Like, what did you like that of what the band was doing? So, how many of you felt you supporting to the ends of sustains better? Raise your hand if you were doing that. Right. Good. So the goal is. So is your band right now better or the same or worse? Yeah, better. Right. So Mr. Martin is, I think, is next. He's fabulous. All right. So he's going to like take you to the next level. Okay. So listen, thank you so much for being attentive and like putting up with my antics and like what's this guy doing, whatever. My goal is every time I work with the band, I want to make sure I leave it a little better than it was when I started, and hopefully I did that. It was worth my flight down here from Chicago. All right, cool? All right, thank you folks, and enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, good.
Okay, welcome back to the NBA Wind Band Symposium here at Westchester University. We are about to hear our second clinic of the day. This is with Unionville High School with Ed Otto is the director, and this is going to be Adam Gumbel, who is one of the director of bands here at Westchester. His clinic that I saw yesterday was fantastic. He is he's high energy, he's passionate. The info, it's awesome. Not only what he shares, but how he shares it is really great. I think the kids are going to love this. They just got done working with Alex Kaminsky, who is the director of bands at Vandercook College in Chicago, who is fantastic. He talked a lot about sound production, and it was fantastic. So wanted to thank a few of our sponsors here. One is J.W. Pepper. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the world's largest sheet music distributor with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed, or your money will be refunded. So thank you to J.W. Pepper for helping to supply the stream. And also a huge thank you to the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. NBA is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include a subscription to The Instrumentalist, which is 5 issues a year, subscription to the NBA Journal, which is 4 issues a year, access to valuable resources, including the selective music lists, both concert band music and concert marches, access to mentors and mentor programs, support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind band through their mentor projects. Any students that are watching this right now can take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. Also wanted to thank Jupiter Band Instruments for making my appearance here possible. Jupiter offers a wonderful array of student model horns as well, all the way on up to professional model horns. I play the EXO brass tuba, which is fantastic. I've played it all over the world, literally, and they make fantastic stuff, so you can learn more about them at their website. And also wanted to thank Westchester University Wells School of Music. You can explore a career in music at the Westchester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. Programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, studio composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal, choral, orchestra, and more. With more than 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at WCU. With state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities, several scholarship opportunities, and the ability for students also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal, choral, orchestra, and more, Wells School of Music is a top choice for an affordable music education. And I can speak from personal experience. I actually filled in for the great Dr. Jonathan Fowler last semester, who was on sabbatical, and I taught the tubas while the euphoniums were taught by Hiram Diaz of the President's Own Marine Band, and the tuba studio was fantastic. So if you are interested in attending a university to pursue a degree in music, Westchester is a really fantastic opportunity, an option for you. So, all right, I think that we are now going to head into, we're just a couple of minutes away here, but we are next going to, in case you were just joining us, we are going to head in to the Unionville High School band under the direction of Ed Otto. Adam Gumbel is going to be our clinician for the next, almost hour and a half. We're getting a little bit of a late start on this session. And I will be chatting with Adam halfway through to talk a little bit about what he's doing from a pedagogy standpoint, what he's done in the first half of the rehearsal, and then what he is about to do and how he's about to build off of that. It's kind of a cool opportunity because you don't usually get to hear a conductor talk in the middle of a rehearsal about what it is that they are doing, kind of the long game of their session. And so that's going to be great. And then also there will be a masterclass. There'll be a director roundtable, which will be Ed Otto and Jeff Mark, the two directors of the ensembles that we have here today, Unionville High School and Pocono Mountain West High School, as well as our guest Alex Kaminsky from Vandercook College, and the three directors from here at Westchester, Greg Martin, Adam Gumbel, and Andrew Yozviak, who's the director of bands. While they are doing that roundtable, I am going to be in the hall with all of both bands combined, and I'm going to play a little bit for them, and I'm going to talk to them about mindset and practicing and being a professional musician and goal setting, things like that. And then we will have one last session, a third session, which starts at, that roundtable will start at 1:30, I believe. And then the 1:30 to 2:30, because we will take a break for lunch. And then at 2:30 to 3:30 is the final session, which you will get to hear Greg Martin working in here in the hall. And then be sure not to miss the performance. 3:45 is when we will hear both Unionville High School and Pocono Mountain West High School, as well as the Westchester University Wind Ensemble, who performed last night and sounded fantastic. I would, if they didn't sound fantastic, I wouldn't tell you they sounded bad, but I would not be telling you they sounded fantastic if they didn't. They really did. Just some absolutely gorgeous sounds coming out of that ensemble. Yeah, really, really great stuff. So don't miss that at 3:45. And again, thank you to our sponsors, J.W. Pepper, for helping to make this stream possible, Jupiter Band Instruments for helping make my appearance possible, and also to the National Band Association for helping to make this entire event possible. So without further ado, let us get into the hall so that we can hear the next clinic with Dr. Adam Gumbel.
Ready to set the world on fire.
4, 2 out, 2 in. Out. Everyone has to exhale all the way before they inhale all the way again. Here we go.
Brianna, are you out there? On the internet.
Where is she? Out there. Are there any percussionists not doing anything right now? Can you go see where Rihanna, the piccolo player, is?
Oh, it's Rihanna, not Brianna.
Okay. Here we go. 2. Light and zest. Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, Dr. Gumbel, everyone.
Hey, how we doing? Super pumped to have you here. Welcome to Westchester University. I know Dr. Yozviak gave you the official welcome, but I will once again welcome you here to beautiful Westchester University, Madeleine Wing Adler Theater, and I am Adam Gumbel. I'm the director of athletic bands here at Westchester. I direct the marching band here. We have a marching band. It's pretty cool. The concert band, teach some conducting classes, hang out with music educators like all the time, and I'm super excited to get a chance to hear this group. I didn't get a chance to hear this group last year, but I got to work before like the world shut down a few years back. It was super exciting, and I know that y'all are on an upward trajectory. I got to hear the last clinic. I was in the back of the hall for that and was really excited to hear some of the transformations in your sound. Let's get to it. I want to get into the rep. I want y'all to play a little bit. Hopefully we can give you some things to think about that are going to alter your trajectory even more. And yeah, let's dive in. What is it moving to? Nyumbashi? Am I saying that correctly? Nyumbashi? Anybody? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good enough. I like that. It's my motto in life. Good enough. I love it.
That's what we learned at the
Yeah, that's it. Good enough, baby.
There we go, ready?
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah. Hydro flask. Is that a hydro flask? They are the loudest things. Isn't it crazy?
It is crazy.
What do they put in there? What are they made of?
Lead.
It's like lead. It's like there's extra gravity right there we didn't tell you about. I know, it's weird.
There we go.
Every time they fall, it's like the world explodes. All right, nice work.
A little quick there. That's okay.
That was quick. So that was faster than you've been taking it.
Yeah.
You would say. I thought it was. I felt like it had a ton of life, and that's what this is really all about, right? It's a market. It's been a while, but this is all about being in a market and have it be hustling and bustling and all that stuff. It's got to have a lot of energy. It's got forward-leaning momentum, right? And we're capturing that really, really well. And it's technique out the wazoo necessary to do this. That's technical, musical, out the wazoo, to be able to make this happen. And I think we're doing a really, really great job with that. Just a couple of ideas to throw at you, okay? Breathing is timing, number one. So make sure that you're breathing together as a section. All the great work that you just did with resonance of sound and quality of sound, right? Just make sure that we're moving. There's a little bit of motion in the ocean, right? And if you move together, you're probably going to play together. You've probably heard breathe together, play together. Well, breathe together, move together, play together. And the more that you move, the more motion that you put into this, the more emotion you're going to elicit from the audience. I'm going to challenge you, when you watch the wind ensemble later, the Westchester group, take note of how much they're moving, okay? Most of the time, if you're just sitting there like a statue, statuesque bands are typically not going to be playing together as well as the bands that are moving, okay? So that's number one. And then what kind of motion can we inject into the piece, right? If motion is going to elicit emotion, not just visually, but also musically, there's a lot of motion in this piece. I would call them implied dynamics, right? So take a look at the contours that you see here with the melody, right? And figure out places that you can be adding some shaping and shading that's not necessarily marked, okay? Any long notes that you have, make sure that they go somewhere, okay? And there's one in the melody too that I think we could, just play at the beginning. Here's the top. Just clarinet, folks. Actually, make it 14. 14. Here we go. Add the flute folks in. 2, 3. Good. Every single time you've got this long note, lean into the shorter note, right? Real quick rule of thumb for dynamics. Short seeks long, long seeks short. Low seeks high, high seeks low. You're like, but then everything's seeking. Exactly. There's always going to be life. There's always going to be motion. Okay? So when you get to the long note, seek the short note thereafter. Da 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 dee da dee da da dee dum. Da da dum dee da da dee da da. Right? Does that make sense? Good. Start again. 14 and 2 and Cool. Da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dum. You have permission to be musical at all times. If I had a whiteboard, I'd give you written permission, signed Dr. Gumbel, to be musical at all times. So if there are lines that are undulating like this, make them move, make them go somewhere, okay? Make them go somewhere, okay? Same thing. Here's pick up to 14, and 2, and Here it comes. Here comes another one. Good. Yes. So much more life. The market is bustling even more. Wonderful. Right? Carry the sound all the way through, that dotted rhythm. Long seeking short, all the way through. Okay? Nicely done. Last time. Here we go. Here's 14. 1 and 2 and Here. Here it comes. Cool. Now, copy-paste concepts. We're not going to teach a concert. We're going to teach concepts that create great concerts. Okay? So if long is seeking short, if we're asking the folks that are establishing the style for the piece at the very beginning, every single time they see a dotted eighth note to build, what should we do on those dotted eighth notes thereafter? Build, right? Make them do something. Why? Because motion elicits emotion. Da da dee da 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 dee da dum. Now the music has some ebb and flow. It's got some shape, as opposed to just, na, 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 this thing is boring. Don't let that happen, okay? Here's 25. Beautiful playing, friends. Here we go, 25, and 2, and Yeah, just the people playing da da dee da da at 26. 2, and give it some shape. Yep. Yeah. Ta tia. Make sure that we're articulating in the appropriate spots, right? Ta tia ta. Right. And 2, and build. Yep. That's going to be that gives it way more life, way more motion. Good for us. Okay. Everybody's in at 25, and 1, and 2, 25. Cool. Hey, if you're playing an ascending line in 25, percussion, we got all kinds of ascending lines. Biga daga, biga daga. What's the implied dynamic there? Does it grow or does it decay? It probably grows, right? Line goes up, low seeks high, right? Woodwinds, what's the implied dynamic? Growth. Yeah, the composer's not going to write they can't afford the ink, people, to print all of those little dynamics. They can't do it, okay? There's a shared assumption of obvious that you're going to do those things. Great musicians, and you're not good musicians, you're great musicians. Keep striving for that, right? So as you have a line that goes this way, make it go this way, okay? Try it again, 25. Dia die, growth, and 2, and Cool. Now, don't look at the implied dynamic. Giroux does a wonderful job of giving you, they're not implied dynamics, they're demanded dynamics, right, in this section. So at 26, you've got da dia da da dia da 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 dee da da dee da da dee da da dee da da dia da dee da dum dum be da 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 dee da da. These are supposed to be conversational, right? Okay. Some people are more soft-spoken than others. Okay. And you're at the market, and you're observing these different places in the market and different people in the market, right? You see all people of all shapes and sizes and all levels of aggression. Okay, so think about that. Each one of these 2-bar phrases is a different person conversing in a different way. Okay, so the first 2-bar phrase. Go ahead and play the first 2 bars at 26. First 2 bars at 26. And 2, and. Yep. Do you think that this is, think about who this person is, right? Is this person someone who's, big and nasty and demanding? I don't think so, right? So don't play it that way. Try it again. More sedate, more demure, fancy word. It's in your orange vocabulary workbook that you probably use, right? Demure means sedate. Try it again. And 2, and. Yep. Yeah, bass drum still feels very angry, right? Try that again. Here's 26, and 1, and 2, 26. Cool. Yeah, that's the right idea. Start a little softer to give us more motion. Da, dia, da, dia, da. Right? Ebb and flow of conversational dynamics. Try that again. And 2, and. Yep. If you start softer, it will give us more effect. Okay? How about the second 2 bars? Think about this. This is a different character in the story. Play the second 2 bars, 28 and 29. Here we go. 28 and 29. No more than that. 2, and Cool. That's the right idea. Different human being, different characteristics physically, mentally, emotionally, aggression, demanding, right? Do it again. Same 2 bars. Dia die, dia die, dia die, dia die. 2, and That's the right idea. And then the next 2 bars, back to, whoa, lay off, right? More sedate, more demure. Next 2 bars, and 1, and 2, and. That's right, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any accent written here. Da, dia, da, dia, da, da. Nice and soft, right? Soft spoken. Try it again. And 2, same 2 bars, go. Yep, trumpets can be even softer. Right, try that again. And 2, and know your roll. That's it, yeah, cool. That's the right idea. Okay, now, here's the conversation between the two. Start at 26. Here's 26. Think of it like a movie where we're panning between these two characters, right? And 1 and 2, 26. Yeah, that's it. Great. Cool. Yeah, and I like to think of this. We're going to go with that movie. This is like the establishing shot, right? Dee-da-dum, dee-da-dum, da-da-dee-da. You've got everybody in frame, right? This is the market. And then when we get to 26, we're zooming in on different conversations and different characters, okay? And then back at 37, we zoom back out, and it's this entire market, right? And these lines are more conversational. Cool. Start at the beginning. Here we go. Light and zesty. Zesty.
She had to have thought that was funny when she wrote it.
I don't know. Yeah, it was zesty. Light and zesty. It was the name of my debut album. Here we go. Here's the beginning. And 2. Good. Again. Great breath. But you got to do it every time. Ba-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-dee-dum. Okay, do it again. Here's the beginning. The sound is incredible. Technique, yeah. More music. Around the notes. What happens around the notes? Here we go again. There it is. Good. Zesty? Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's way zestier. That's good. Okay, so let's not get too excited. Whew. Take a breath, man. It's going to be okay. So the more comfortable we got with this, and the more musical we get with this, the more we inject into this, especially like we get comfortable with technique, some funny things start to happen. We fall into tendency traps, okay? And I really believe this wholeheartedly. Becoming exceptional at anything in life, not just band, is about fighting the tendencies of average, okay? Average is fine. I'm average or below average at so many things, it's crazy, right? But the things that I want to be exceptional in, I have to work at, and in order to improve, I identify what are the tendencies of average, what's preventing me from being exceptional, right? And then I have to fight against those. I identify them first, I fight against them next, okay? So if we can all come to an agreement that that makes sense, then it's really about identifying the tendencies of average that we have in music. And ensembles, individual players and ensembles fall into similar tendency traps that we can identify, okay? When we get more comfortable with technique, what happens to the tempo as we get more comfortable? Does it get faster? Does it get slow? I just saw people going like this, like right away. Yes, as we get more comfortable, what happens with the tempo? It tends to accelerate. We identify that. Knowledge is power. We identify that as a tendency, and now we fight against that tendency, okay? Here's just a real quick tendency fighter for you. Remember that to play your fast notes slow and your slow notes fast, okay? Just think about that. Your fast notes slow and your slow notes fast. That keeps us honest and keeps us from falling into those traps, okay? So if you're playing 16th notes through here and you're getting really comfortable with this, you're going to tend to speed up. Think about those 16th notes, which are faster notes. Make sure that they have the appropriate space in the grid of time, okay? Dee-da-da-dee-da, da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da. Don't accelerate through them. Likewise, if you're playing upbeats, if you're going ba, 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 something like that, they're easy. It's not technically challenging. Try to not truncate the amount of time that you have for the 8th rest, okay? Make sure that it has the correct amount of space. Make sure that you're playing those fast rests slowly. Those are easy tendency fighters, okay? And we'll talk about some other tendencies as we go through here. Start right at, pick up to 37, where it gets really technical again. Here we go, pick up to 3-7. You know what, make it 36. I like measure 36. Here we go, right on the downbeat. 2 and Cool. You had me until da da dee da da dee da da dee da da. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da da dum. Find those staccato 8s, give them the appropriate amount of space, okay? Also, just going to refer you to what is going to create musical effect. It's going to be contrast, it's going to be motion. So don't forget about that when we get to those dotted 8s. Do the same spot. Here's 36. Grow through the dotted 8th notes. Make sure we're not accelerating through regular 8th notes, staccatos. Don't fill in the space. And fight the tendencies. 36, 2, and Here it comes. Yes. Great. Yeah, that's the right idea. Tendency fighters. Kia! Love it. When we get to 49, what happens? What's going on storyline-wise? Or if you want to use that movie and out, whatever, I don't know. What goes on at 49? From like 49 to, 68? What's going on? Yeah. You got it. Yeah, that's what I think's going on, right? So we go back to these, we go back to the close-ups, to the vignettes, to these scenes in the market, whereas the ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, we see the whole market. Cool, great. A lot of cool things going on. Horizontal motion, interweaving lines, all kinds of nifty stuff, right? We get to 49, we're back to close-up, conversation. Close-up, conversation. And this time it goes a little quicker. Some of them are 2 bars long, some of them are 1 bar long, right? Some of them are half a bar long. Each one needs to have its own character, okay? People who are playing backgrounds, so people who are playing level 3 or 4 material, like background material, you're going to have to shift your dynamic based on context, okay? What does your printed dynamic tell you? Cool. What does it tell you? Be more general. What does your printed dynamic indicate to you? What do dynamics mean? What do they tell you as a performer? Strength of what? This is like, you're making this really difficult. This is a real easy question. Yeah? Love that, right? The volume that you're playing, right? Okay, cool. So printed dynamic, I just want to introduce, just maybe flip that just a little bit. So the dynamic that's printed on the page does tell you about volume. Most of us think, myself included, a lot of the time, just as a default, that it's how loud we should play. I'm going to ask you to consider when you're in an ensemble like this that the printed dynamic is how loud you should be heard by the audience. Those are two different things, right? Two different things. How loud you should play your individual instrument versus how loud you should be heard, right, by the audience. So it's all going to be based on context. With whom am I playing? How many of us are playing? Where am I seated on the stage? What is the level of importance of the material that I am playing? Okay? So your dynamic is going to be relative at all times to what's happening around you based on context. Okay? Just like you as a human being should be adjusting based on the context in which you find yourself, same thing musically. Everything you learn, band is life, life is band. Right?
Amen.
Yeah, okay? So that's a thing. It's all about context. Okay? So think about that as you're moving through here. If you're playing backgrounds, your dynamic is going to shift slightly based on what's going on. Who's the main character speaking at any given time? This is 49. Make it 48. Because I like it to be harder than it should be. Here we go. Here's 48. And 1 and 2, 48. And. Good. Yeah. Great example here, 5 before 60. If you're playing a background, right, who's the main voice 5 before 60? Main voice. Do we know? It's okay to say you don't know. Yeah. It is us. Exactly. It is euphoniums, okay? Euphonium and piano, 5 before 60, is the main voice. For exactly how long? What's your name? Jack. How long, Jack? 1 measure. Exactly. Okay. How many jacks are there? How many euphoniums are there? 2? Great. So 2 euphoniums. Great. For exactly 1 measure. And then where does it move? Who in 4 before 60? Us. Right? And how many horns are there? 4. Where are you? Are you further front or further back than the euphoniums on the stage? Yeah, you're further up front. So euphoniums, 2 of them in the back. Versus, so yeah, mezzo or forte plus plus, based on context, right? Then 4 bars before 60, horns, 4 horns, right? Up here. Cool, you're doing a really nice job with this. Now, anyone who plays accompanying figures, 5 before 60 all the way up to 60, think about how that changes your dynamic and how you should approach this, okay? So if you're a saxophone player, trombone player, anybody who's playing any kind of backgrounds, 5 before 60, you need to be sensitive to the fact that there are 2 people in the back of the stage playing the melody. 4 before 60, 4 people in the front toward the front of the stage with the melody. That's going to impact how loudly you're going to play. Okay, be sensitive to that. Start at 49 again. Does that make sense? Does it just sound like gobbledygook? Hopefully it makes, okay, cool, good. Heads nodding, I love that. Here's 48, and 2, 48, and Good. Good. That to me, it just sounds like a more mature approach because there's sensitivity to other people. This sounds more selfless than selfish, right? Again, life lesson number 18, great way to live. Selfless versus selfish, okay? And where do you learn that? You learn that in band. Life is band, band is life, okay? So it sounds more mature because it is more selfless. You're giving of yourself. And if you're really smart right now, you start making some markings in your music with those brand spanking new Westchester Wells School of Music pencils, right? Go ahead, they're sharp, baby, they're ready. So go ahead and make some marks. What I ask my folks to do as they're learning things in ensemble, because ensemble's for learning other people's parts, not your own, right? What I ask people to do is make markings in their music. You don't need to change dynamics necessarily, but I'm a huge fan of the pluses and the minuses, If you identify that you need to be softer based on context, give yourself a minus underneath that measure in parentheses. If we're asking for growth, maybe on all those dotted eighth notes, as part of the melody, maybe you just give yourself a crescendo, little mini crescendo in parentheses. You're not changing Drew's music, you're just giving yourself an opportunity to do this again, right? In concert band, we certainly, with the material that we're going through, we do not have time to memorize all this stuff the way that we do in other contexts, right? So we give ourselves some cheaters, some pencil practice. To say whatever you want, baby. Let's go. Love it. It's great. Yeah. Yeah. Can we, let's start at 48 and we'll keep going this time, yes? Dig it? All right, cool. Let's keep it going. Here's 48. And 2, and This would be, sorry, I lied to you. I'm sorry. No hard feelings. 51 and 52, think about what needs to happen there from a clarinet standpoint, from a volume perspective as well, okay? I would encourage you to put a couple pluses there. Why? Well, you're at the front of the stage, so that's helpful, but you've got a lot of folks playing accompaniment behind you, and it's especially in the lower tessitura, fancy word for the lower register. Right? You're in the lower register, it's going to be harder to hear. Right? Here's 48 again. That's more context. And 1 and 2, 48, and go! Big growth. Cool. Cool. All right. Can we agree that up till 78, we have just some slightly different ways to think about that material, yeah? Conversations versus establishing shots, zooming in, all that fun stuff, shaping, yada, yada, yada. Cool? All right. Hey, when we get to 78, there's definitely a shift to the piece, right? This is kind of like a bridge in the piece. And actually, it's the bridge market. Interesting. We get repeated notes. Musicianship rule number 6. Any repeated notes need to go somewhere or come from somewhere, okay? They can't just be static. Think about what would make this more interesting at 78 if you're playing da 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 da. Okay? Think about the lines, the implied dynamics that we talked about earlier. Are there implied dynamics to the low brass? Bum 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 bum. Is there a direction to that line that we can embrace? I bet that we come to the same conclusion and get a macro dynamic that happens here that's going to be way more interesting than what's happening right now. Start at 78. Just play 2 measures. Play 2 measures. And you know what? Just play them flat the way we were just playing them. Play them flat to start. Here's 78, flat line. 2, 78. Cool. Great. That's correct, according to the music, but it's also lame, right? It's lame. So let's de-lamify it, make it musical, subscribe to those concepts and see what happens. Here we go, just those 2 bars. Motion through dynamics. 2, and That's so not lame. That was cool, right? That was way different. Do it again. But now get excited about not being lame, and now make it even more effective. 2, and Yeah. That was even more exciting. That was almost like goosebump level 1 inducing, right? That was cool. So you have permission to do those things, right? If you see repeated notes, oh man, and people diving for pencils. God, I knew I loved you guys, right? Repeated notes, make them go somewhere. The next time you get a piece of music in front of you, if you see repeated notes, like you might not even need to rehearse it with Mr. Otto to do this. You see those repeated notes, black notes like that? Just automatically, go ahead and write it in. Boom, boom, right? Crescendo, little parentheses, bang, we got motion, okay? And then pretty soon it becomes habitual, all right? That was really, really neat. Now the next 2 bars, 80, 81. Think about what we could do to de-lamify this. Copy-paste concepts, all right? Here we go. This is 80 and 81. 80 and 81. 2, 2, 3. That's it. Yeah, and people all of a sudden are starting to do, like, we don't even have to tell you what to do. We just have to say, hey, here's this really cool musical concept. Now copy paste that all the time and be great musicians, right? You have that permission to do it. Be musical all the time, right? Put those 4 bars together. Now add motion in the ocean. Motion elicits emotion, right? Let's try it again. This is 78. We'll keep going. Copy paste concepts. You know everything you need to know now, right? Here's 78, and 2, and It's awesome. Here's what I'm going to encourage you to do. You see how, actually, first of all, did you hear how much more life that had? Yeah, super cool. Everything was moving somewhere or away from somewhere. There was motion literally everywhere. I watched Parks and Rec last night. I don't know if that's even a thing. Literally everywhere. Well done. Can we treat this beat 2 of 114 as a breathe and go? Dun 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 ba dee da dun ding dee sha ba ba bum. Does that make sense? So it's not as abrupt. Feel how we tripped over it before? Okay, we can stop tripping over it by almost treating this like a fermata. Boom, ba ba bum. And then we breathe on count 2. Why do we breathe on count 2? Because breathing is, you remember? Starts with ta, ends with iming. Timing, good. Breathing is timing, okay? So breathing is timing. Breathe on 2, and if we breathe on 2, we're probably going to play what happens after 2 more in time, okay? Can we try that together here? Make it beat 2 of 113. So it's fortissimo, bop, bop, bop. Here we go. Beat 2 of 113. Ready? Think back to what Professor Kamensky did with you and sound great. Here we go. Beat 2, 113. Feel how that helps with our timing? Also, did you hear what we sounded like? It was pretty dope, right? Do that again. Same spot. Beat 2, 113. But we have to breathe. And here's one of the things, I think most of the time, not all of the time, composer shorthand And what a composer and a performer typically have as a shared assumption of obvious, which I'm a huge fan of that phrase, shared assumption of obvious, is when you have a long note tied to a short note. Typically, long note tied to short note is composer shorthand for breathe here, create space here, okay? Especially when you have a long note tied to a short note and the short note is staccato. How are you supposed to play a tied eighth note staccato? Well, we're going to create abrupt silence, okay? The silence needs to be as musical as the sound. We're going to create abrupt silence on beat 2, okay? Try that again. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Wonderful. Here we go. And if you need to mark that in, it's really easy. You just put a little slash on that short note and a -2, okay? Let's try it. This is beat 2 of 113. Beat 2 of 113, open sound. Cool, and we'll make that pretty abrupt at the end. I'm sure Mr. Otto's doing that too. Da-da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee-da-dee, gong, gong. Okay, super retardando at the end. Right, try it again. Here we go, B2, 113, great sounds. Think about the dotted eighth note, 2 before the end, and think about what you can do there to be more musical. Here we go. That's the right idea. Yeah, that's the right idea. And you'll work, I'm sure you'll figure out the timing and all that stuff the way you want it. But does that breath make sense?
That's what I prefer to do, yeah.
Let's do that, okay? Cool. Why don't you take a spin with Mr. Otto from however long you want to take a spin through here. Sure. You want to do a little run and see if we can contextualize all the things that we just talked about? We're going to forget a ton of it. It's going to happen because what we do in these kind of spaces, and it's really kind of self-indulgent from our clinician standpoint, is we think we're going to come in and just reprogram all of the defaults of all this stuff, and that's just not the way it works, okay? We're planting these seeds, giving you some ideas. You're going to filter through them. What's going to happen now on this run is you're going to catch some of it, but then you're also going to revert back to the default approach, okay? And that's totally okay, right? Knowledge is power. And then the next time you do it, you're going to hopefully highlight some of the things that we talked about, and then you'll catch more of it the next time, and then more of it the next time, and then eventually, and some of it you might be like, you might go back on next week, and he'll be like, yo, that thing that Gumbel told you, don't do that. That is bad, right? He might say that, and that's totally okay too, all right? What's important is, before you do this run, give yourself a few goals. Engage in meaningful goal setting before you start. Think about a handful of things that you want to get, right? Conceptually. And then when you finish, you just go back through it. Did you achieve those goals? Did you not? Are there other things you need to achieve next time? And that's how improvement works, friends. Improvement is a result of continuous self-evaluation and adjustment of practice. Okay? So think about it. We'll give you 15 seconds of space before you do a run of this. Think about the things that you want to get out of this run. And let's fire it up. See what we got. I think it's going to be ridiculously good. But I've been wrong before. Yes! Here it comes. last note slow. Quick, don't wait for immediate response from the conductor. Where does the most important feedback come from? From whom does the most, yeah, I don't know, whatever. What is that? Your brain, yes. Your own instant replay of what just happened, okay? Every single person in the room goes through a process, hopefully in a very short amount of time, and you get the space to engage in that process. Think about how much better you will be as an individual player, but then as an ensemble, right? He's going to give you great ensemble feedback. Where does the individual, and maybe some individual things to think about here and there. But don't just sit idly by if you're not being spoke. What does everybody need to go through? That level 1 responsibility of individual reflection, okay? Wonderful, wonderful work. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Yeah, great.
All right, here we are.
Here we are again.
They sound great.
They sound great.
Yeah,
There's some really great things going on with these folks.
Yeah, awesome. You just said something that I did something that I really loved. A bunch of stuff I didn't love, but no, it was fantastic, really great. But one thing I liked in particular is that you had them play the dynamics that were on the page, and then you pointed out, you said that is correct, but it doesn't sound correct, or something to that effect. Yeah. And then you had them like make it more interesting. I'm very much paraphrasing, but I love that lesson. Can you talk about it a little?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of the things that we learn when we're just starting out, we first are exposed to the idea of dynamics, is that the written dynamic is how loud you should play, right? It's a very simple concept. Mm-hmm. It's the volume of sound, and then as you continue to, and in some ways that's true, or in some contexts, that's true. Mm-hmm. But what we like to talk about in ensemble settings, especially as we continue to study and advance in our playing, is the idea that all dynamics are relative to just about to everything.
Amen.
Quite honestly. So it's all about context. And what is the context? Well, the size of the ensemble. Mm-hmm. Where am I seated on the stage, or in whatever performance venue I'm in? What is the texture? With whom am I playing? What instrument am I playing? And what register am I playing? So just to start thinking about things other than mezzo forte means medium loud. Okay, right. Great. Press and blow. Right. It's really got to be about understanding the context around us, and then being part of that ensemble, being part of that team. And that's one of the things, like, hey, this is something you could like do in life too. Right. Is understand context. Yes. And what ends up happening, and what happened in here, which is wonderful, is the level of maturity of the sound of the ensemble instantly elevates because we start being more selfless and less selfish about what we're doing, which is a kind of cool thing that you can learn in band and be doing in band. And then, oh, hey, by the way, copy paste this, maybe like in other spots.
Right.
Selfless could be pretty cool.
Right.
You know, and could make the world around us a better place. So anyway, that was really the conversation.
That's great. Yeah, I'm reminded of the phrase, it's better to sound right than to be right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what it says on the page. If you're too loud or you're too soft, or you're too long or you're too short, a staccato and a bassoon, it's real easy. Staccato on a tuba is very hard. But if the tubas and bassoons have like a hit together and the tuba ends up being 3 times longer, that's not right.
Yeah, and if we work together, you know, seek to understand before you to be understood, or, you know, like all of those phraseology, like, hey, let's work together, let's find that happy medium, and let's match. It's all about being congruent, you know, based on the context. So, and being able to hear what needs to be heard, adding clarity, you know, for the audience, you know, and that's a huge reason why we do what we do.
If it's, I think it was Duke Ellington that said, if it sounds good, it is good.
Which is like, no true words have ever been spoken.
That's the most profound thing that anyone has ever said about music, or possibly anything in the world ever.
Yeah.
All right, we need to get you back in there, but 20-second version, what are you about to do for the last 20 minutes with for these kids before lunch?
Honestly, I want to provide them with an opportunity, and their conductor with an opportunity to get something else out there. So what am I about to do? I don't know. I'm going to take whatever, you know, it's their world. I just live in it right now, and take it as it comes, and hopefully be able to, before lunch, just reiterate some of these concepts, maybe plant a couple of new seeds in there. Right. We'll see how it goes.
That was the other thing that I want to highlight, is that when you went, you dug into the piece, and then you had them run a chunk. And before you did, you said, let's see how much of that we can incorporate. And then you said, we're going to forget a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Which is great, because like, you know, the job of a clinician here is to kind of throw a lot of things at the students, but giving them permission to not catch everything is awesome, because they can't.
Yeah, you're right, exactly.
Yeah.
And they're going to start at they're going to make you know, a handful of adjustments. But as clinicians, you know, we really it would be foolish to think that we're going to reprogram at default. Also, it would be, you know, it's not necessarily our job to do that. It's to highlight some things, and then, hey, you're going to go back to your home band rooms. You're going to distill this information. You're going to filter this down into what's valuable for you, and you're going to hopefully pick a couple of these key things out, and work on them, and cultivate you know, better musicianship the way that you want to.
That's great. And if they miss something on the way by, and they go by and they realize they missed it, there's 2 opportunities there. One is to say, I screwed up, I'm wrong. The other is to say, oh yeah, which is a reinforcement without you having to say or do anything from the podium, and then they're more likely to do it when they go home, which is great.
And one of the things I said before I came out here was, you know, we believe wholeheartedly around here in purposeful goal setting, and then evaluation from the individual players, not putting the players in a position to just be relying on the content that we are throwing at them, and to wait for us to make them better. It's like, no, our job is to guide them to become a self-cleaning oven in a way, so that they are able to be
assertive,
to be their own, to be taking the bull by the horns, and understanding what needs to happen in order to make this better the next time. And then as conductors, man, that really makes our job a whole lot easier. It's like, all right, hey, think about some things. Let's talk again about tendencies. Look at this and just think about tendencies when we play ascending lines. What are our tendencies? Cool. Did we fall into those traps? Some of us. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's try not to, you know?
Good stuff. All right, well, we'll get you back in there.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, world. Can I take a swing at these? Can I, please? I want to go for it. No, I won't. I won't. I would fear for the instrument itself if I started swinging at it.
And 1, 2. You are power.
Whoa.
Power and grace. Ready? 1,
Very inspiring.
2. Great. Let's start at 9. That was closer, okay? We need, so we have mezzo forte and mezzo forte essentially for taiko drums at 7 through 9, right?
Yes.
How does it sound like they're too loud from your perspective or too quiet? It just
I don't
sounds
know.
kind of weak. Your taiko drums, play a little up, okay? Raise
I
it up a little.
would suspect, here's, again, getting back to this. Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Hey, hey! Here's, from a context standpoint, if dynamics are relative, and we were talking about placement on the stage, what you're hearing here, and then what they're hearing there, is likely going to be very different, just based on where they are, right? And your role in this whole thing. So it's going to be tough to say, unless we station out there. I'm happy to run out there if you want.
That would be great.
All right, I can run. Here's one thing I'm going to ask. I'm just going to ask a question. What is timing? What is time? No, I don't. What is timing? Starts with br. Yeah, exactly. Brr. It starts with bruh, ends with eating. Yeah, breathing is timing. Okay. Can we just a little experiment here? Let's play a concert F together. Cool. Breathe together, play together. Breathe together, move together, play together. Right? Try that again. 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 Cool. So every single one of the, you get the game I'm playing, right? It's a super fun game for me. I get to pretend that I'm a flute player. Something I've always wanted to be. I may or may not be sarcastic with that. The flute was my worst instrument in college. In my college flute final, the final exam was the flute professor trying to get me to hold the instrument the right way. That's literally what it was, and I'm not making that up. God bless you. Paula Nelson, if you're out there, God bless you. All right, breathing is timing. So any of these is that helpful when you're playing together? Can you all put your instruments up? Put your instruments up in playing position. Can you see the people in your section? There's a reason why we sit in this format, right? And not just flat to the audience. Can you have one eye up here and then the other eye, crazy eyes, on the people around you, your peripheral vision, right? Flutes, play together. Play a concert F. Cool. It was like magic, right? Do it again, only be more, move together, right? Don't just rely on one person to be your conductor. Breathe together and play together. Cool. Clarinets, play together. Play a concert F. Yep, but we didn't all come in at the same time, so what does that mean? We all need to breathe together, move together, to play together. Try it again. Cool, and remember what you were learning before. And as a principal player, somebody who's identified as a principal player, your job is to move so everybody can see you, right? Saxophones, go for it. Play together. Cool. That's a cool note. Yeah. Trumpets. Go for it. Try it again. Don't just listen and sing along with the radio, right? Be proactive, move together. Cool. That's great. So every single one of these attacks at the beginning that currently are, I would call them frayed attacks, where we're not necessarily coming in at the same time. All of them. He's not going to point to every single one of you to come in at the right time. It's impossible to do, okay? And he shouldn't have to do that. In fact, you should be able to play this whole thing without him at all, right? Okay, if you're moving together, okay? So all of those frayed attacks are probably going to line up if you breathe together and move together. So, and then the release. What do you need for a release? Well, it's really simple. Go ahead and play a concert F with me. I don't know, what instrument should I play?
The oboe.
Oboe? Here we go. That's all you need for a release, okay? There are a lot of, because they see conductors do all kinds of fancy stuff on releases, and then it's like, all right, instruments, go ahead and release, and they're like, and they do all this crazy stuff. You don't need that, you just need this. Boom, do it again. Here we go, what instrument should I play? Contrabass clarinet. Here we go. That's it. That's all you need, okay? So with that in mind, every single release should be together if we're moving together, okay? All right, I'm going to run out there. From out here, the taikos are, like, the volume is totally cool. Anybody, this goes back to contextual dynamics again, anybody who's playing melodic material needs to make sure that they're getting past the wall of keyboard ostinato and the wall of flute sustain, all right? So think about, which is cool, and they're not going to play any softer. That means that anybody playing melodic material, any of the soloists, need to get out, they probably need to put 3 pluses next to their parts, okay? Great sound. Yeah. You sound great. Keep it up.
With the same tone quality you worked on earlier.
Can you see? You two are doing such a great job of moving together. Are you actively thinking about moving together?
I mean, I'm watching him, but I'm trying to generally match him. Yeah.
Cool. What about the timpanist?
I can tell him.
I'll tell him.
It's fine.
But you're playing the same. You're playing a lot of parts together, right? So you're really. Have you come up with an arrangement of who's kind of in charge here?
I mean, I'm watching him.
Okay.
So,
Great.
Cool.
So, and I think because of this instrument here, you two are. We got great nonverbal communication going on up front.
Yeah,
with,
they're quad players and they march together all year.
amazing, amazing. Timpani, who are you getting tempo from? Cool. I'm going to encourage you. We love Mr. Otto. He's a super important part of all of our lives. I'm going to encourage you to watch. What's your name? AJ. Can you see AJ? He doesn't. Hey, he doesn't need to. He's in charge. All right. AJ's in charge. So your job is to look at AJ. Make sense? You're going to work together, and that's going to really help line up all that kind of stuff. Okay. Line of sight. What's your name? Arnav. Great. Arnav's got a bit of a block here with giant clarinet in the line of sight, but if you're watching if you are watching each other and you are watching each other, this beautiful thing about the speed of light is that we should be able to play together, okay? And then everybody's got an eye, crazy eye, on Mr. Otto, okay? But we already established that if everybody's moving together, we should be able to play together, okay? And then Mr. Otto's freed up to do some shaping and shading work with everybody just to help unify the approach to ebb and flow dynamically, okay? Great. We do it again? Yeah. See if we get these more lined up. Yeah, or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the timing was way better. Bass drum needs to get involved in that party as well. all right, because there's a couple of times, there are moments where bass drum's involved there too. But that communication is what's important, okay? That's cool. And you're all working together, selfless versus selfish, right? Teamwork, making the dream work, all that kind of fun stuff happening here and now. So I think we're close to lunch. 12:30.
One thing.
Yeah, of course. You do anything you
one
want.
thing.
You could. They don't need to eat. Yeah, no, go for it.
Being hungry is a choice. Here's a downbeat of 17. I'm gonna give you 4 beats and in on the first downbeat of measure 17. I'm gonna see if you can read my mind about what I'm gonna say. Here we go.
Oh
Ready?
man.
Didn't read maybe my mind, but not my words. Ready? Much better. Now, do that same thing. Everyone else play that chord. Listen to the difference. Here we go. And 1, breathe. Thank you. We're getting there. Yeah, we need to do some more balance on that. But that's what we want when we get to that point, okay? We need to be listening for intonation because there is no effect if we're not in tune. And we need to be projecting properly because if we don't project properly, we can't play in tune. You see what I'm saying? Great. Cool. Let's take it 13 to there, and then it's lunchtime. Well, that's bad. 13. I'll give you 4 and in. 1, 2.
Great timing. Cool.
Anything for them?
Everything for them. Nice job. So hey, this is just congrats on coming into this environment, and congrats to Mr. Otto for being for thinking more about the process and being engaged in the process of improvement rather than the product at the end. If you trust in the process, Sixers. If you trust in the process, the product will take care of itself, right? And a lot of folks out there get scared. You were talking about fear before, and live inside the comfort zone of their own band rooms, right? And they are very afraid to get out of that fort of their own band room and get out there and present what they have if it's not ready, if it's not concert ready, right? And coming into an environment like this, which is really all about trusting in this process and engaging in a process where you're going to be learning, you're going to have a lot of different seeds planted by a bunch of different people from different perspectives, and then you go back home early on in your concert cycle, and then it's up to you to choose which of those seeds you're going to water throughout, okay? So congrats for getting outside of that comfort zone and coming into an environment that's, that leads to the growth zone. What's in between the comfort zone and the growth zone? There's a zone in between. Any idea? Starts with F, ends with ear. Yeah, it's a fear zone, okay? So you live it, we like to be here, it's comfy, cozy, and you have to permeate through that layer, get through the fear zone before you get to the growth zone. And the fact that you're here, and it's clear to me that you're getting more, you've gone past that fear, or you're getting through that fear and already experiencing growth here today. So I would encourage you now to take an inventory from the morning, right? What are some things, what are some takeaways from the sessions this morning that you're going to be able to carry with you forward, right? What are some concepts, some ideas that you're going to be able to copy and paste from the work that we did here and the work that you did with Professor Kamensky that are going to make you better, right? The work in that second movement of this piece was really transformative in what happened musically, right? So why did that happen? How did that happen? I love that. Extra gravity there too, we didn't tell you about. How did that happen? What made it happen? Well, it happened because of you. So what motivated that change, okay? Just think about those things and take everything that we're talking about here and figure out what's meaningful to you and what you can use in the future and just become the best version of you can be. Quick plug for a couple of the summer camps that we have here coming up this summer. We've got, if you're interested in becoming the best leader that you can possibly be, leveling up your leadership, we've got a few camps offered here at Westchester University in the summer, partnering with Vivace Productions, July 22nd and 23rd, so toward the end of July. We have our leadership training workshops here with Dr. Tim Lautzenheiser, who's like the guru of all gurus of leadership, and a cast of thousands who are going to be around to help you become, identify what you're doing really well, identify areas of improvement, and then ultimately become the best version of you that can step out into the world. So it's a 2-day workshop. Last year we had about 300 people coming in from all over the country. We'd love to have, since you're in the backyard, we'd love to have as many folks from Unionville engaged in that as possible. And that dovetails really nicely into our Incomparable Marching Band Workshop, which is July 24 through 27. We've had a workshop here, Summer Marching Band Workshop, for many, many, many years. It has done amazing things for thousands and thousands and thousands of people. If you're a student leader or an aspiring student leader in the marching band, if you're a wind player, if you're a drum major, if you're a percussionist, we've got different tracks, color guard member, we've got different tracks that focus on the unique elements of all of those different jobs. But ultimately, it's really about, again, developing your intra and interpersonal skills to become the best performer, the best teacher, the best human being that you can possibly be, and then taking that back into your home community and hopefully spreading the love into the communities that you'll find yourself in the future. So if you're interested in any of those kinds of things, we've got a couple of, Mr. Otto's got all that information, and we'll be talking more about it, but just know that we'd love to have you and help you along in your journey however possible. And hey, if you're looking at colleges, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we'd love to have you look at ours here as well, down the street. We've got some really cool things going on. A lot of blue chippers from Unionville who are involved as music majors, but then also as non-music majors here at the university. And if you're looking to continue your playing career, we'd love to have conversations with you about that. So we're pretty easy to find. So, and anyway, I know that we're holding you up from lunch. We're going to make sure you get some lunch. It was a pleasure getting to work with you here today. Thank you so much.
Don't move. Money. You got money for lunch. Section leader, raise your hand.
Cool. Well, welcome back if you've been tuning in to what we've been experiencing throughout the course of the day here in our National Band Association and Westchester University High School Wind Band Symposium. We are here back for our round 2 of the roundtable discussions that we have at kind of the break point, the midpoint of each day. And before we start getting into some of the topics that we were batting around over lunch, I wanted to just take a moment and allow everybody to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what you do at your school.
Hi, my name is Jeff Mark. I teach at Pocono Mountain West High School. I'm the band director. I teach a 9th grade band and 10th through 12th grade symphonic band, which is the one that's here today. I teach AP Music Theory and a period of lessons and a period of credit recovery.
I'm Eddie Otto. I'm the director of bands at Unionville High School. I direct the marching band. I teach honors symphonic band. We have a concert band, a few sections of music technology, AP Music Theory, and then we also have our indoor percussion ensemble, indoor color guard, chamber winds, a bunch of extracurricular activities as well.
I'm Alex Kaminsky, Director of Bands at Vandercook College of Music, and I'm in charge of the band program, teach conducting and methods courses.
Andrew Yozoviak, I'm the Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
Hi, I'm Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands here at Westchester University.
And Greg Martin, Associate Director of Bands here at Westchester.
Rams up.
Yeah. I like the purple quarter zip. I don't think I've seen that variation. Looking good, man. We spent a little time over our meal just making some observations and talking about some of the literature that's been represented today with the 2 bands we have here. And it's a pretty interesting contrast between a lot of the pieces that were brought to the table yesterday by the Friday bands and the bands, the literature that they're performing today. And we have represented on these programs some real gems of the wind band literature, including Lincolnshire Posy and Francis W. Macbeth's Chant and Jubilo. And that, as we were talking about what the kids were studying, it kind of diverged into a conversation just about repertoire and about the things we value, what we hold important, and what we should be putting in front of our kids. So, I don't know, Jeff and Eddie, you want to start about what your thoughts are about how you program or the kind of literature you like to perform?
Sure. I think I take a concert by concert approach, and I try to look at what the students will have in front of them over their 4-year span. Kind of take both of those things into consideration. For any given concert, I like to do a march, like a couple of contest pieces, something that you'd play at an adjudication, something fun for the kids, like a ballad or tone piece. So I'll choose literature kind of to fill those so they have all of those different styles of music to play. And then look at over the 4 years, which of those pieces have they done before, which one would fill a transcription, which one would fill, and try to look at it that way over a 4-year span. So they have a broad range of music like that they've seen and played for the time that I've had them.
So I take a few different methods in selecting my repertoire. So we've actually been working towards, we're performing Lincolnshire Posy 1, 2, 4, 6. And we've been working towards that for a while. The past few years, we've been doing Green Bushes, Children's March. After that, we tackled Molly on the Shore. And then after the kids really grasped the concept of Granger style, and after they've bought their Granger sweatshirts, which I think you guys all have, a little heart on the chest, and it says Granger with the full program notes on the back for Lincolnshire Posy. After all that, the kids were pumped and ready to embark on the quest that is performing that piece well. And you know, we do the same thing with other composers. We're working through some Maslanka stuff. We've done Give Us This Day, and then after that kind of leads into The Seeker, which we're going to be hitting the next few months as well after we're done with this kind of repertoire. And we're going to keep moving our way up that way because the kids love these big projects like Bookmarks from Japan, which is a spectacular piece where they can apply all of the knowledge they've gained and they can see the growth that they've experienced from the beginning because these kids could not have played Lincolnshire Posy before they understood Granger for a few semesters. So I like to keep in mind the future. I like to keep in mind that the kids want to embark on these larger projects and more significant pieces of wind band repertoire. And then I also think that it's incredibly important to play these classic pieces, but also make sure the students are exposed to what the modern wind band repertoire is right now.
Yeah, I would add to that. As a teacher of future band directors at Vandercook, I stress the importance of the tradition of the concert band and what we grew up with in terms of Granger. I mean, it's great that your kids are excited about Granger. At Vandercook, we premiere new music every year at the Midwest Clinic, and so that's important too. In fact, my own son is a music composition major, so I'm like a promoter of new wind band literature, but not at the expense of neglecting Granger, John Barnes Chance, Claire Grunman. And so I think the variety is important, as you mentioned, not only in old and new, but also fast, slow, and the kids will value what you value. I think the number one criteria is make sure you're putting quality literature on the music stand, whatever it is. And that means it could be a John Williams arrangement, you know, but it needs to be quality, and the students will gravitate and enjoy what it is that you value and enjoy.
Yeah, you are what you eat. Repertoire it's the most important thing that we're doing. It is our textbook. It is what we're putting out there, along with making sure that it's quality rep, having a value system that you subscribe to, where you can determine whether something is of quality. Right? What is quality? You know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you know, like different people are going to subscribe to different things, and so you know what is important. You know, you are what you eat, and variety is the spice of life, right? So how much variety can you be putting out there? Thinking from a micro standpoint, concert to concert, macro standpoint over the course of one's career. And again, you know, Alex, I was going to say something similar. You know, as we're preparing future band directors and music educators. You know, asking them those questions. And we always find that they hold similar value structures to the band directors from which they came, right? The programs that fed them in here. So it's like, okay, cool. Does that align with your, you know, how can we expand your view and maybe shift you in different ways as observers of the world and consumers of music to continue to open up, you know, to reevaluate that structure and you know the parameters that you're thinking about quality repertoire. So and there's always opportunity for you know, you are what you eat. I eat plenty of candy. You know, there's opportunity for band candy too, and there's the time and a place for everything. Functions in different performances and the like. So you know, making sure that you know what quality is, or you have a philosophy, and then what you're doing is feeding into that philosophy, so that you know you have a cohesive product.
Go ahead, Greg.
I'll just add. So, if we look at the orchestral world, being distracted by the shiny new object, that shiny new piece that's out there, you know, the piece du jour of the year. If the orchestral world did that, we would have lost all the Mozart symphonies, all the Haydn symphonies. We would have lost Bach. We would have lost all of that repertoire. And thank God they still perform that stuff. Well, it's not an equivalency here, but our Haydn, Beethoven, Bach, Mozart is Holst, Vaughan Williams, Granger. I would even go so far as to throw Clifton Williams, Claude T. Smith, Clara Grunman, Frank Erickson, all of these classic composers from the 40s, 50s, and 60s that gave us quality music, educationally valuable music that a lot of people sitting here right now cut their teeth on, that enabled the Julie Giroux and the people now to be able to take it and expand it. So I think it's real important, this whole balance of quality versus occasionally a little piece of band candy. I think that is so uber important with our students.
Sure, like Giannini, Macbeth, all of those. And this kind of leads to another discussion. What is quality music? Well, that's like another week-long session, right? But for example, with Granger, one of the things that I value about Granger is how he harmonizes folk songs. That's what makes Granger unique, is the very interesting harmonic language that he uses, as well as some of the rhythmic approaches that he has. Third movement of Lincolnshire, that sort of thing. So then you're trying to figure out, well, what is quality and what do I value? And that's one of the things that I really enjoy is a very interesting harmonic language that is unpredictable sometimes.
I working from Greg's point of view in the orchestra, I often find myself envious of our orchestra colleagues and the hundreds and hundreds of years of repertoire that they have to choose from and the variety that's represented therein, and knowing or really grasping that the wind band is really a 20th century construct. So often our eras that might be Baroque or classical or romantic, they're separated by decades. Not centuries or groups of centuries. So I'm interested, what's a piece or two or three that you have from an earlier decade of the 20th centuries, 50s, 60s, 70s, and if we could even take out the Hindemith symphonies or the Dionysiacs, take those out of the mix. What's a solid grade 3-4 piece that you have always gone back to, either because of what it does for the kids, how the audiences respond to it, or combinations of both?
I guess it depends where the grade is defined in my mind, but the equivalent for us is a movement of a Holst suite. My students are obsessed with both of the Holst suites. We did the second suite a year ago and the first suite 2 years ago, and I handed them out after COVID to kind of the kids like something that's moderately complex, but their musicianship is not at an incredibly advanced level. What can we give them that brings us back to the basics, is well known, and reestablishes what quality repertoire is? And that for me were those Holst suites. And I thought the kids were going to kind of be play it and not think much of it and then move on, and it would achieve its pedagogical purpose, and we can move on to more repertoire. However, they loved it. They ate it right up. And they asked me, my principal trumpet player a few weeks ago asked me if we could play if there's any more Holst suites. He's like, is there a third one? So fairly effective. And you don't have to do all of the movements, if I had him play all 6 of Lincolnshire and prepare it in 2 months, he would have had a heart attack. So it's really, you could take as much as you want from them.
I was also going to say first suite in E flat, but is one that I've only had one band do that, but they loved that piece. And for us, on the easier spectrum of literature, we gravitate towards the Macbeth. There's canto and praises, which are both on the easier side, but fun, and I think quality literature for the kids to play.
Bring it home, Alex.
Yeah, and your band is playing right now Chant and Jubilo, which is a great piece by Macbeth that's a little more attainable and just loaded with great opportunities to teach blend and balance and tuning, the Macbeth Pyramid and the whole thing. Another composer that just popped into my head was Gordon Jacob, original suite, William Byrd suite, Giles Farnaby suite. Those are just wonderful gems that, again, don't overly tax the students, and you can do a movement, William Byrd suite, Earl of Oxford's March, just do that, that sort of thing. But again, it's important that the students are exposed to that kind of literature so that their taste becomes and maintains that level of sophistication, the way that your students appreciate Holst. I think that's awesome, and Granger.
I have to go my Grundman route here, So it's the Welsh Rhapsody, Irish Rhapsody, the American folk rhapsodies. Those were always, when I was teaching public school, my second and third band. Those were kind of the basic things I would program around those. Kentucky 1800. Likewise, with Clifton Williams. There's just so many of those pieces that. Still, to me, what was the one you did last year with concert band?
There were a bunch. Yeah, I don't know.
It's escaping me right now. But those and the Macbeth and John Barnes chant.
And we were talking about Alfred Reed's symphonic
yes.
prelude.
Yes, yeah,
Gorgeous.
Alfred Reed. All of these great composers. Alex and I were talking about earlier that. You have to work to make your band sound bad playing a Claire Grundman piece because they're so well constructed. And I think there's a lot there that you could work on listening and getting them to understand how their part fits in before you go to something more complex. So I think there's a lot to be learned by those pieces still. Andy and I did a clinic probably 10 years ago now at Midwest. And that was kind of the focus. My part of it was, let's not forget all of these gems from the past. And then he talked about how to find quality music, not just here, but around the whole world, because this has become a worldwide thing now. We've got great literature coming to us from all the countries around the world. And that's our job. That's part of our job, is to make sure that we are putting the right things in front of our students to enhance what they're learning.
Air for band.
There we go. Yeah.
That's all. No, so when I was teaching high school, we had a 9th grade band and then a 10th through 12th grade band, and a lot of these pieces were perfect for my 9th grade band, and then early on in the year with 10th through 12th with the 10th through 12th grade group, and Kentucky 1800 was one we leaned on an awful lot. Air for band, something we leaned on an awful lot. Prelude Siciliano and Rondo is a great. It's a chestnut of the rep that's very accessible, I think, and teaches an awful lot of foundational concepts that are essential to to maintaining an upward trajectory or getting onto an upward trajectory with the ensemble. So, and all these they're so prolific. For the most part of the folks who have been mentioned, that there's a lot of, Nellie Bell. There's a lot of material out there, that's really valuable and accessible for a lot of groups.
Another one you can introduce Granger to your students is Australian Upcountry Tune, which is a simpler version of colonial song, but that's another little gem.
Well, and Eubanks and Brace.
Oh, Eubanks and
Banks and
Brace,
Brace,
right?
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
36 measures of pure joy.
Yep.
For me, a couple pieces that I always kind of find my way back to are the Erickson Toccata for band, the Charles Carter overtures.
Oh yeah, Charlie Carter. Yeah.
We had one of the bands last night do a movement from Vaughan Williams' folk song suite, but you also want to consider and keep in mind the sea songs that a lot of people believe was the fourth movement really of the folk song suite that works great as an introduction to a lot of the British band music. Excuse me, and with Holst, his marching song, is I think another great introduction to that British band music. When we start teaching, I think that there are things that occur within the band world that makes such an impression on us because it happened when we started, and it was like our first experiences, and Santa Claus was still out there, and we loved him, and hey, we'll talk later. For me, starting my career in the early 90s, like a Jan van der Roost and like a Canterbury Chorale is also another piece that I always find my way back to, like an old friend, and kind of fun. Yorkshire Ballad.
I did that my first year teaching.
Yorkshire Ballad?
Yep.
Old Scottish melody.
Yep. Oh, that's hard. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that this conversation, there's some of the most fun conversations I get to have whenever there are a bunch of band directors gathered, because you get to really remember pieces that you haven't considered in a long time, you know, as well as hearing some new titles always that we're not familiar with. All right, let's shift gears for a little while. We were also talking a little bit over lunch about some of the techniques that we've been observing the clinicians work through with our students. And Ed, you brought up the point about, man, how do we create individual instruction in a full ensemble setting? And like, I think it came out as some of the things you were observing this morning. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So our first session was with Professor Kaminsky, and I think all the time, it's so valuable to bring bands to clinics and workshops like this because you have so much more time. But I always think, like, what is the fast food edition of these clinics that are the 45-minute rehearsals you get every other day during your school day? You know, and how can you provide your students with the maximum amount of instruction that lasts the longest amount of time? And I've always thought, you know, get your students to have private lessons and everything. And in all reality, I have maybe 6 kids that take private lessons, but they're not all going to take private lessons. And Professor Kaminsky would work with, for example, my clarinet section. I've been trying for a while to get them to open up their sound a lot, and they don't take private lessons. So what he did was he had the first chair principal clarinet player open up his sound. And he's comfortable with his instrument. He's one of the student leaders, so he's willing to kind of step out of his comfort zone and demonstrate for everybody else. Got him to play and project with much better tone and play in tune. And then the next chair player would play with him. And then the third chair player would play with him. And then he'd stack them on top of each other. And then after all the clarinet players had the same sound and the same intonation, he'd make a chord out of them so they can listen to balance and blend and tuning. And we found that when they play confidently with the correct amount of air and support, they obviously sound better, but they play more in tune. So the kids became more confident in their own playing ability. But it wasn't going through every clarinet player and saying, okay, now by yourself try it, now by yourself try it. And it also wasn't, play it, principal player, and everyone else play it the same way he did. They don't quite get it, and then you move on, you know? Because one will take too long, but may stick with them. The other will take less time, but you'll have to do it all over again the next rehearsal. So I think these opportunities to provide masses of students with individualized instruction that's applicable to while you're teaching the whole section individually at once is really, really beneficial and quite frankly a game changer in band programs around here. Because yeah, you said it best. We don't have the same schedules as Texas. It's a different world,
Right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, I think the same, like in the Poconos, I have one student who studies privately, virtually. There is no trombone player in Pocono area that teaches private lessons in person that I've found in the last couple of years. So having that experience, like having the ability to do that in each rehearsal, I think is great. I brought up, that I typically by the ninth period band rehearsal, end of the day, sometimes I feel like we're running on low energy, and I think attending this, where they got to work with Dr. Martin and Professor Kaminsky, where they're super energized. Like, for us to build off of this, like you said, attending these is great. I can't wait to go back and have our first rehearsal in our band room and say, hey, like, remember what they did and what made this sound so much better? Why don't we try it here? And very excited to do that. So.
Well, and I would add that it's motivating to the kids when they sound good, right? All of a sudden, the intrinsic motivation kicks in, so we don't have to like do this. You know, it's like they want to sound good. And going off of what Eddie was saying, as I'm working with the clarinets, the rest of the band is observing what's happening because the concepts transfer to all the sections. You know, air is air. We all need to use it the same way. And so then you find that you move to the trumpets, and they already got the lesson. So it's just a matter of, okay, just apply this. And it's really what I call the private lesson or masterclass approach to teaching band, which is how I teach every band that I do, you know. And the fact of the matter is most of our students are not going to teach privately. I taught for 30 years in Florida. The majority of my students did not study privately. When I was growing up, I didn't have money for private lessons. I took one lesson at the University of Miami, and that was it. And so we are the only private teacher that our students are going to see. And so we need to keep that in mind to make sure that we're pumping those fundamentals into them and invest that time, particularly at the beginning of the school year, you know, and invest that time. I heard a middle school director once say this: you have to go slow to go fast. I was like, that's genius. You have to go slow to go fast. Invest the time at the beginning, and then you will be able to exponentially increase the pace and the literature and everything that the students are doing.
Yeah, it's so powerful, you know, like just to think about the process that way. Something else that you said over lunch, just along the lines of like developing that great concept of sound within our ensembles. You said be consistent and persistent in your approach, and I don't think that there's a better way to think about it. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's taking the time to install the concept. And then, you know, once you present it, and you have to be willing to take more time than you have. We never have time, we have to make time. And being willing to make the time to install the concept and be trusting that those concepts are going to create better musicians, which then are the people who create the concerts. You know, focusing on that early on and often is the key. Installing the concept and then referencing, re-referencing, you know, defining, then refining, then redefining, and like constantly doing that. I think I tell the kids around here, being a band director is knowing 12 things. Like, you got to know 12 things, and you got to know 12,000 different ways to present it. And be comfortable knowing, you know, which way you're going to present it to the masses, but then the idea of differentiated instruction in different contexts, you know, and knowing how to efficiently present it, but then and being willing to take the time, make the time, and take the time to reference that installation over and over again is, I think, the key to, you know, programming a default in your students, and then, you know, maybe having to reprogram a default depending on where they are.
I think we hesitate a lot of times because we're all trained in pacing, where we hesitate to take this time to do it because you're sitting there thinking, okay, I'm spending 20 minutes with my clarinet section, and yes, you're involving the rest of your winds and paying attention, but what about those people in the back of the room that hit things for a living? You know, you're thinking, what are they getting out of this? Well, the way you do it is you relate the air to the velocity of the stroke with the percussionist, so they can then take that and apply it to what they're doing that is consistent as our airstream has to be. Their prep and the stroke has to be the exact same consistency, and that way you keep them engaged to the whole process. I'll also say too, you know, back, just to swing them back a little bit on the literature thing, and this is just a general comment about getting in front of a band. Your band, whether we like it or not, is a direct reflection of you. They will adopt your personality of such. So if you're excited about doing the whole suite, the kids will naturally be excited about it because they're feeding off of your energy. If you are vanilla about doing the whole suite, they will become vanilla about doing the whole suite. And the same thing goes toward taking the time to take and teach these concepts in a very slow, precise, persistent manner. If you're excited about what they're learning and they hear the difference, they're going to get excited too.
And I wanted to touch on the percussion thing because Eddie did something great, which I do at Vandercook too. What did he do? He took the entire percussion section and put them in front of the band. And then I turned around, all right, what are you all hearing? Because you're developing their ears, you know, and their sense of pitch. You know, you all have to know how to tune timpani correctly, you know, and you don't do it with the gauge. Do it with your ear, you know, that sort of thing. So, you know, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just being able to be an observer of the instruction. It's been so cool to pop into the different rooms throughout the last 2 days and see a lot of similar things that each one of you have done with the bands, but also the contrasts in how you're responding to each group. So for all three of you who do a lot of this, maybe talk a little bit about like what's your mindset when you go into a clinic like this clinic situation. In a lot of ways with groups that you've literally never heard before, or like may not have heard in a while, or these very foreign ensembles, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that excites me about these types of events, and anytime I go anywhere, is the fact that I'm learning. You know, I'm a lifelong learner. I've done this for 34 years, and I'm picking up things that I'm going to take with me. And one of those, there's a phrase that Adam's been using called, that he says, planting the seeds, right? And so the way I look at it is I'm planting seeds. You know, this is how you breathe. This is how you vibrate the sound. This is how you listen. And then these guys will water those seeds, you know, and that to me, that's huge. And I was talking to, I forget which one of you, that I almost enjoy this. I mean, I love doing honor bands, but I love going into band rooms because I know I'm influencing and impacting the entire band program, not just 2 kids from this band, 2 kids from this band. And so again, then I'm reliant on the director taking, you know, whatever they felt worked and watering it and continuing to invest that into the students so that they have a better experience. But you basically meet the kids where they are, you know, and you just go from there.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was going to say. Meet them at wherever they're at and whatever they want to do, you know. My job, at least the way I view my job in these kind of environments, is to plant as many different seeds as possible and know that some of the things that I'm going to say are not, they're just going to be completely forgotten, and that's okay. But if we do enough and plant enough concepts, something is going to ping with somebody in the room, whether it's the conductor, you know, or any number of the kids who are sitting there, and hopefully do it in a way that's going to get them to be thoughtful and you know, proactive with goal setting as they engage with music the next time, reflective. Hopefully they leave understanding the value of reflective practices individually as musicians, and how it shouldn't be up to, it's not efficient or effective or really educational for the conductor to be trying to fix everything. What really, when the magic really happens, is when all of the students and all the musicians are empowered and able to take control of the process and of their learning, right? So hopefully people leave those clinic situations at least with a heightened awareness, not with a reprogrammed default necessarily, and not with not with everything fully in bloom, but at least with a couple of different ways to look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and hopefully engage you know, in that improvement process. I think I've said it to every group. Improvement is a result of self-evaluation and adjustment of practice. Here, there, and everywhere. Everything I say to the group isn't solid gold, but it hopefully gets everybody to think about what they're doing in a slightly different way. And if it moves the needle a little bit for every person in the room, then the net result, much to Alex's point, for a program is hopefully super positive.
Mm-hmm. So I'm taking a little different tact at this festival than I've done in years past. But this morning, for example, if I know how the group plays, I'm already formulating what I'm going to cover. This morning, since they hadn't played, I had Jeff's band do a pretty extensive, what he normally does, warm-up with his group. And the whole time he's doing that, I'm walking around the room and I'm listening and I'm thinking about, okay, this is something I can address to make a quick change. This is a seed I can plant that's going to grow into a pretty quick tree, right? And so then once we started, I actually had him conduct, and I was in the group making adjustments and fixing things. So that has worked, and I did this yesterday. That's worked really well, I think, for this clinic for me. There's certain basic things I'm going to cover with an ensemble, balance, blend, intonation, those types of things. But depending on what I'm hearing when the group's warming up, that will then trigger a couple of things that I then know I can focus on. That'll make a difference.
Yeah, that's incredible. Let's flip the script a little bit. You clearly care enough about your kids and your programs to get your kids to an event like this. What kind of expectations do you have coming into like a day like this with your students?
But one of the first is that they all bring their music. Just didn't happen today, but we'll get there. Maybe next year. And then for me, coming to a day like this, and specifically, I think where my program is at is we need a spark to get the kids moving, like post-pandemic. I don't want to use that as an excuse, but spending a day like today, where our kids got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and did a 2-hour bus ride in -8-degree weather to get the wonderful instruction and experience that they're getting here, I think is something that, number one, builds the band family, that they're all kind of relying on each other. And number two, like, ultimate goal for me is that they leave here positive and more excited about music. And that's, I think, definitely happened. So thank you.
I think that music can affect kids in, we'll all probably agree with this, in ways that not really anything else can, but only if they're open to accepting what it can do for them. And sometimes at school, I feel like I'm this crazy dude running around and no one knows what my Granger sweatshirt is, and they don't understand. I'm like, we just finally played through the 5th movement to the end and it sounds great, and all the kids are excited and it's just kind of me there. But then the kids get out here and they see all of you so knowledgeable about what we are, and all of our kids are all passionate about, approaching something they love from a different perspective. So I of course, I know they're going to get better musically. I know they're going to improve, and I know they're going to become more passionate about what they're doing. And that's the most important thing to me, though, is that they recognize that how big the world of music education is and how much it does for people, because it's not exclusive. It's this huge realm of understanding and passion and development as a human being, and there's a reason why all of you love it so much, and it's because you have experienced that, and it's changed who you are and built you into the person that you are. And seeing someone as developed through music as everyone that teaches these types of clinics is really great for these kids.
Well, and one thing that I also want to say is I want to commend the two of you for being willing to sacrifice to bring the kids in -8-degree temperatures, to an event like this, because you care enough about your profession and your love of music and your love of your kids that they would experience improvement and get that passion and love of music as well. So I commend the two of you for being here and for bringing your kids, and I would encourage any of you listening out there that are kind of on the fence, do it. Bring them to Westchester to experience something like this. The other thing is, one of the things that we try to do is to give you credibility in front of your kids. You know, because a lot of what we're saying, you've already communicated to them, but we're saying it maybe in a little different way. And so we're just trying to reinforce, maybe, again, bring some new ideas and so forth. But yeah, when they see other people saying the same things and having the same passion and love of music, you know, it becomes infectious, and they're like, oh, there is something to this, you know?
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what, Jeff, as soon as you started quoting those temperatures from this morning, I remembered very vividly my life in the Poconos, and I'm not sure I miss living inside the Arctic Circle of Pennsylvania. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. This time, this roundtable time that we get to have as part of this event every year has grown to be so beneficial for the participants. And I guess one of the closing things that I would say is, look for ways to make gatherings like this regular and not just occasional. You know, what are different ways you can get together with your local group of band directors and have these same conversations informally, and, you know, be able to continue this dialogue, you know, all year long, instead of just when we're fortunate enough to be able to get together at events like this. Yeah, sure. But, all right, well, I think I hear Andrew wrapping up with the kids inside. We're going to take a short break and get ready to go to our third session. That'll be followed by a little bit of a show and tell with the Unionville and Pocono Mountain West ensembles this afternoon. You'll want to hear them. Okay, thanks much.
Oh, can you do 4 and 5 instead of 3
Oh,
and 5?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, 4 is just, let's do 5 first.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll come back and hit 4. What are you wanting to do tonight, this afternoon?
I was planning on.
Because I was thinking 1, 2, 5.
1, 2, okay.
Well, let's just see how it goes.
Here's 2. So take the first pitch. It's going to be our new standard for an exhale 2, inhale 2. All the way through.
Mr. Otto, we're going to do that again. I'm going to make a change, and I'm going to change your life right here.
I'm ready.
Okay? Which one of you all are playing? How many of you all are playing the top line? Okay, you all playing the bottom line? All of you play the bottom line. Okay? In a warm-up situation like this, you always want to start with low notes. And I know you've been playing all day. I get it. But you always want to try to start with low notes to give a chance for everything to get going like you've been working on, and then we can split it up after that. Okay, so he doesn't know what we're going to do. Play the bottom line, okay? All right, do that, just the beginning of that again.
Here we go.
See if this changes a little bit of the sound. What do you think?
Doesn't sound quite so high.
So it's not as bright.
No, it's not bright.
It's darker.
Yes.
So all I did was just tell the first clarinetist to play the bottom line. And again, from a warm-up situation, I mean, you've got people that are already up on the upper line.
And a big low.
Right. So for the warm-up situation, I think that would probably, pedagogically, it's better to do that. And it provides the bandwidth. This is hard to get a warm sound on. This because everybody's in unison, it's really hard to get a warm sound. So that helps a little bit with it. Plus it gives them a little chance to get things going.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Go ahead and go to number 10.
10.
How do y'all think that sounded? Be very critical. What were some things that you heard?
I think rhythms and note changes were good, but I think we didn't put enough expression into the lines.
Okay. Very, very important. What else? Starts and stops, balance, blend, quality of sound. What do you think?
First attack was kind of timid and not together.
And then from that point on, all the changes were not together initially. Then you got it together.
We didn't breathe together.
So this whole breathing thing, okay, he's got you breathing in 2 counts, right? Number 1, make sure you're not stopping the air. So 1, 2. Make sure you're not going 1, 2. You hear the difference? Because anytime you stop the air, you have to restart it again, yes? And that's always going to produce an issue. Then the second thing you have to think about is making sure you're breathing in and out in time. Not only together, but in time, so that you're getting that time started in your head before he even gives a downbeat. Those are 2 very important things. A couple of things I heard was the ends of phrases we didn't release together, and there was no energy, talking about the musicality thing, there was no energy in that note. Bee, bee, ba, 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 bee, ba, bee, ba, ba. It's kind of what it sounded like. And it should be bee, da, dee, da, dee. So there's energy into that release, okay? I'm going to plant a seed here in your heads right now. Good bands always take care of the beginnings of notes. The beginning, so we start together. Great bands take care of the ends of notes. How you finish every single note. Think about that. Just play the first note of number 10 and hold it. I'm going to usurp your time here a little bit. And I want you to concentrate on disappearing into the chord. Disappear into the chord. Trumpets, can we match angles? And I like what you're doing. Okay, ready? First note of number 10. Ready? Yep. Did you hear him stop the breath?
I'm sorry?
Did you hear them stop the breath? Yeah. I heard da. No. Da. Ready? The equivalent up here is if, put your horns down, if I did this. Would you know when to play? No, because I'm stopping, right? So you never know when that's going to happen. You need to do the same thing to air. Try it again. Disappear into the sound. What does that mean? If you hear yourself over everybody else, get out of the way. Listen for everybody else. Ready? Sing it on do, on the syllable do. Sing it on the syllable do so Professor Kaminsky can hear you in the audience. Ready? Do you hear the resonance? Can you hear the resonance in that? Get the same resonance, get the same vibrating happening when you play. Try it again. It's all through listening and balancing and blending your sounds together. Ready? Do you hear a difference?
Yes.
Yes. Substantial difference. Part of the problem with these things, with these clinics, is when you're up here, you hear the difference just like that. When you're sitting where you are, maybe. Did any of you all notice a difference in the sound? Probably not as obvious, right? So you have to trust us. It was very different. Okay, try it again. This time I'm going to add one more thing to your plate. Play so that you can hear the person
2 people away from you. Look who you're going to try to listen to. 2 people away. Ready? Okay. Did I do this? Put your ones down. Did I do this? That's how you played. Try it again. Disappear. Listen for 2 people away from you. Good ending. Good ending. What'd you hear? Any differences? What do you find yourself doing? Yeah, I think, and you're listening differently now, right? Maybe listening a little more intently, but you're listening differently than when you listened before. And look, I know this is just the warm-up. I get it. We warm up, bands warm up every day, right? You come in, you get your instrument out, you sit down, you get ready to play, and Mr. Otto goes, okay, number 2, number 10. It's the same thing every day, right? Don't throw that time away. Because not only are you physically warming yourselves up, but you are warming up probably the 2 most important things sticking off of your face in this ensemble, and you're warming up all that gray matter that's between those 2. And that's real important. You've got to make sure you're doing that. Percussion, this actually really applies very much to you too. And I love the fact that he has you all listening for things, because that's so important, especially when you're playing timpani, even quality of sound on the bass drum, things like that. So I love that you all are involved. One more thing and we'll get to the music. Play number 10 again, first note. Think about the listening environment you're going for. Think about your horn angles. Ready? It's a great sound. Put your ones down. This room never lies. So if it comes back to you and it sounds really good, it's not lying. Cool? Play the first note of number 2. Play it the exact same way. Ready? Is that different than you played it the last time? Can you hear the difference? I hope so. It's really different. It's really different. When he was in my ensemble, this is something I used to do with them. So I'm not doing anything different from you than I do with my college ensemble. If you can make number 2 sound as resonant and as controlled as number 10, then you're really starting to really grasp a hold of this concept. Okay, cool? You want to tune?
Can I throw 2 things in?
Sure.
Because this is like gold. I'm going to get up here this way.
You're going to get double teamed now, folks.
So, the thing that's going to affect, this is really cool for me to listen to it out there, the thing that's going to affect your sound more than anything else, I can tell what you're listening to by how you sound. So when you change, and the thing like listening to the 2 people away from you, that's huge. Your sound completely changed. You're still producing the same sound, but when I'm playing my clarinet, what I'm listening to affects how I sound. It's just going to, because you're listening and it's going to change because you're trying to match and so forth. So that's number 1. And the thing on the breath is really, there are 2 types of breath. You either breathe a quarter note or an eighth note, right? Quarter, or 3 and 4 on slow music. And the key is feel the 2 counts of intake on the 1 count. And it's very important that you don't stop it, so it's like a tennis swing or a golf swing, right? Everybody do that. Breathe in and out. Ready? Just like that. Should be very natural. So those 2 things are huge. Don't sacrifice the intake even when you're listening to away, right? You still want to intake fortissimo air.
you know, but as you listen, it helps to really focus your sound, which is the next step. So anyway, that's what
Yep.
you mentioned.
Do you want to tune?
Yes.
So we want to start with 5.
Yes.
Are you open to me? Are you open to me messing with things?
Of course.
Okay.
So you're here to do. Are you gonna take it through first?
Huh?
You gonna take it through just from the beginning?
No. Yeah, you do it. You do it. Practice this strategy as you're tuning. You all are good enough that we're going to go into this now. How long do you hold a note when you're tuning? Until it's in tune or until you've been able to assess whether it's in tune or not. Yeah, we tune wrong. We tune wrong. He plays a beautiful note and you just go, okay, I'm in tune. The problem is you've held it too long. You know within a second if you're in tune and what you need to do. Like if you're trying to match his pitch and you're having to bend one way or another, you're like, oops, I got to fix this. Take the horn down, make your adjustment, put it back up, and slowly come back in again so that you can always hear to whom you're tuning. And you keep doing that process until we're done. But just holding the note doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's start back at the beginning again with just the woodwinds. You're always playing so you can hear him. Yeah, you have to keep playing until you're sure everybody's finished, because like she went to put her horn back up and you had stopped. Okay, let's do the brass. Was everybody done? So this will be an adjustment a little bit for you all, but I think that's a really important way to learn how to tune, and you just keep the note going until you look around and you make sure everybody's finished, and then you can stop. It's going to be hard on you. Sometimes you have to hold the note forever, but don't be afraid to take a breath and come back in again. Okay? Cool on that? All right, let's do number 5. Thank you. Wrong part? Yep. I was going to say, I don't remember it being big. First off, how much have y'all played this movement?
We've had what, 2, 3 rehearsals on it? About?
What do you think about it? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Absolutely. Of all the repertoire, band rep, this one is right in there in my upper for beauty. It's just beautiful. You know what it's about, right? Do you know the wood carving? It's an evening. You know, we haven't seen it a lot lately, but when it snows, and right as it starts getting to nightfall, if it stopped snowing, how everything's white, and the sky is that dark, dark charcoal gray, and it's just enough light that the snow's reflecting. That's what this is about, that moment.
That gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, I mean, just for me, that's an aesthetic experience. That's my favorite time. First off, I love that time of the day anyway, But then when you pack snow on top of it with the dark sky, and it's just enough light that the snow is still reflecting on everything, that's what this wood carving is depicting, is that moment, which is why it's so beautiful. So think about that as you're doing this. Perfect. Okay, all right. Can you all hear the harp, piano, ostinato as you're playing? When you start playing, can you hear them? A little, that's all you need. You don't want it to be like smacking you in the face, right? You should still listen, because this is where everything's happening, and you're just now feeding into that. Does that make sense? There's one little, and I know you just started, and I love you for it. There's one little bassoon lick that if you don't learn to play anything else in this movement, it's your very first note, the first thing. Ba, be, da. Get that one down. After that, we'll love you, we'll send you a nice Valentine present, and be done with it at that point. The people that have 30-second notes, ba-da-dee, ba-da-dee, you're really crushing those. This is slow. So think 16ths. 1 E and 2 E and 3. Say that with me. 1 E and 2 E. Now think about how 30 seconds are going to be. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 da. Dee, do you hear how deliberate that is? Don't be in such a hurry. When he was here, my favorite saying is, beautiful music is to be savored, not rushed through. This is not a McDonald's cheeseburger. This is about the most expensive steak you have ever come up against in your life. You're not going to sit there and go and just get it down. You want to take your time. Savor this. Start from the top again. Beautiful playing. That one little spot that has the repeated notes, what she is telling you there is, so 1, 2, be da 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 ba da 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 dee. Okay, and it's okay. I know it's got a slow over. It's okay to articulate that. Okay. Try it again from the top. When you come in, when you start feeding in, support your sound. Don't be shy about it. Don't worry about it being so soft. Just support your sound. Da 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 da, ba dee do do. Bassoon, ba be da, ba dee do dee do, ba do da da, ba da dee dee da. Take your time, ba dee da dee. Ba dee da dee da, ba da dee da, ba-dee-da-dee, ba-do-da-da, crescendo, dee-ya-da-da. Okay, that is a beautiful moment, beautiful moment. We talked about a little bit this with number 10. Anytime you have a long note, it has to have what into the release? What did I say? Anytime you have a long note at the end of a phrase, you have to have something into the release. What is it? It's an E word. Energy. You have to have energy. So look here, please. Where were we just now? Oh, Jesus.
I think we had to like the downbeat of 16. Is that right, Cameron? Yeah.
Well, no.
No? Where'd we end?
14.
14.
In the middle of 14.
Just start at 13 with me. 13, I'll find it, what I'm talking about here. You all have some of this in the accompaniment, yes? So tuba especially, anything that we have in the low notes, make sure you're doing this. Here's 13, 2, and ready, and breathe, and 1. Ba-dee-da-dee-da, da-dee-da. Yeah. Okay, so notice those of you who have wa-dee-da-dee. We're supposed to be pushing into that downbeat, yes? It has to go somewhere. Right now it's just sitting there like a wet dish rag. Okay, try it again. 13, 2, ready, and ba-dee-da, 1, ba-dee-da-dee-da, ba-dee-da, 1. Now right here, this measure 16 is really important because so far everything has been 1E and 2E and 3E, right? What happens in 16 in the harp and the piano? It goes into triplets. So you all need to kind of come out of the texture a little bit here, jum, bum, bum, beam, and just kind of pound out that triplet feel so they understand it's gone into 3, okay? One more time at 13. I'm still not getting to the downbeat of 14 what I want. Try it again. React to me, please. Ready? And 13. 1. Da-dee-dee. Da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-dee-da. Ba-dee-da-doo. Ba-dee-da-dee-da. Ba-dee-da. Dee-dum-bum-bum-bum. So there, the issue is because we've been pounding 16ths before that, you're going to want to rush. It has to be very pedantic. Yum, bum, ba, zum, bum, ba, zum, bum, ba, zum. Try it again, 13 with you. $13. Come on, come on, come on, come on. And I want Sorry. Build it. Come on. More. Come on. Energy. Energy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. So right there, that's where we're going for. That's the moment. That is the moment. That's where you take the most snuggly, warm blanket and you just wrap your audience in that sound. That's the moment. And the build into that becomes really important, especially if you have this rhythm of the quarter and the eighth triplet, that becomes the energy force. D, da, D, da, D, da, D, da, D, da, D, da. It's sort of like, right? It's that kind of a foreboding thing that just keeps pushing and pushing until we get to the yum, bum, bum, be, da. And then the tendency is wanting to rush to the end of that count because we've been doing triplet, 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 now we're back to duple. Okay, there's lots of energy that has to go into this, lots of energy. Can we do 13 one more time? Yes. Beautiful trumpet. You're not his, right? You are his?
No. Well,
you're his dad's.
I give her less and she goes to Downingtown West.
Right, but you go to West. Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure. Play it out. Yeah. That's your moment. Okay, do 13 again. I just did something with double bass. Make sure you kind of, okay. 13 again, see if this makes a little difference. Take your time on the body das. 13, and. Da-dee-dee. Okay, stop. I wrote it in the wrong spot.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
Yep. Can you really exaggerate that? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm almost talking this. Okay. 13 again. It's time for me to go out. All right. Ugh. One and two and three and four and one. Play it out, come on. All right, here we go. One and two and a one and two and a come on and one and one. Come on, push and a one and one and one and dee da dee da 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 be da dee da da da. So, ba-be-da-dee-da-do-dee-dum, that's got to be just as equal as everything that just happened before it. You're the answer. Okay, is that the horns and euphoniums? Is that right? Yeah. That's got to be the answer. All right. Sorry, this is amazing. This is amazing. I'm really enjoying this. I know I'm acting a fool, but I get really excited about great music, and you're playing great music. I got to run outside real quick and talk. Just keep working on this.
Okay, great.
Contrabass clarinet, measure 13. Put a crescendo in. I just did that to him. That's the secret sauce right there.
Okay, give us some insights here. You were just working through some really slow music, and I wish I had $1 for every single time that a student, especially tuba players, because we tend to have easy parts in slow music when they say that the easy songs are the slow songs are the easy ones. And when it's the exact
Just
opposite.
because there's no fast notes doesn't
Correct.
mean it's not easy.
Correct.
Yeah, this particular movement is so incredibly beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
There's so many opportunities for expression and so many intricate little minute things that make a huge difference in how the movement comes across, like that rhythm that I was just talking about to them. And just getting them to understand that becomes this driving force into their arrival. Yeah, but it's just a simple quarter, eighth note triplet.
Yeah. And I loved when you were talking about the dotted 8th, 16th rhythm when they were playing the 16th too quickly.
Yeah, and then crushing down the faster notes. I mean, there's, like I said, the thing that I use is beautiful music is to be savored, not hurried.
And then if anybody wasn't watching, you use the analogy of it's not a McDonald's hamburger that you're pounding down, that it was like the most amazing steak that anyone could ever imagine. So yeah, that was really good. Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to some students the first time it's really spelled out to them how slowly, how long a 16th note is at a slow tempo. Right. Because you see 2 flags there and you're like, this is quick.
We automatically think, being a clarinet player, I always kid my students about this all the time, about woodwind players are notorious for talking about how hard a passage is, but then we rush it.
Yeah. Well, in tubas, we're rightfully told all the time, some of it's acoustics, is that, that we're behind. So you just assume, you see 16th notes, it's like, there's a 98% chance that I'm late, which is not actually true on slow music.
Right.
Good. What are you about to work with them for the last?
We're going to keep going through this because I know he wants to do it for the concert this afternoon, and so I want to make sure we get to the end of it.
Well, we'll let you get back in
all
there.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Right? This ends the same way it started. This is a very significant moment when the alto flute comes back into the solo instrument. Don't be afraid of it.
All right, you hit my favorite part. Can you play the downbeat of 29? Hi, I'm back. Play the downbeat of 29, just hold it. Downbeat of 29, play and hold your note. 2, ready, and breathe. Cool chord, yes? All right, now play it like it's the most beautiful thing you've ever played in your lives. Does it necessarily have to be forte? So think about that first note of number 10 that we worked on. You remember that? Same approach here. Play the note and hold it. Ready? And. Make it darker. Make it more subtle. Make it rounder. Make it more tender. There's the word I'm looking for. Make the note more tender. Okay, try it again. Play so that you can hear people 2 away from you. And. You can always use more in the low end. Always. What's your dynamic here? Mezzo forte. Matter of fact, in some of you, you've decrescendoed a little bit from a mezzo forte. So don't worry about making this big sound. Worry about making a beautiful sound. Okay, start 27. Start 27. Just a nice controlled sound. Don't worry about volume. Just a nice controlled sound. 2, 27, and breathe, and. Here it comes. da, beep, beep, dum. You have a decrescendo under that. Don't do it until you get to the bottom note. So you all will stay up volume-wise. Euphoniums and horns, you will stay up until you finish that line. And then when you get down to the dotted eighth tite, or the dotted eighth tite of the quarter, then do your decrescendo, okay? That was close, that was close. I still want 29 to be more tender, okay? Whether you like puppies or kittens, or if you don't like either one of those, a baby, whatever, okay? Okay, not nice puppy, right? That's what you're doing right now. You want to just very gently play these notes, very gently touch them when we get to 29. Okay, try it again. 27. 2, and ready, and breathe, and 1. Take your time. 1, ba, ba, dee, da, dee, da, ba, dee, da, dum, ba, dee, da, do. Keep the pitch up. Push the air, push the air. Be, do, do. And I'll release. That's hard, I know. Ba, dee, da. Ba, dee, da. I would take more time between the last note and that, yes. The retardando you did going up, that was beautiful. Take a little more time and then give the rhythm, okay? Great. Your last rhythm, you're almost doing the da-dee-da instead of da-dee-dee-da. It's a triplet there, okay? Wow, friends. Whew. He's told you I'm doing this with my band right now, right? Which is why we took the taikos away from you. I'm doing this at PMEA with my band here. We're going to play at PMEA, and we're going to do the whole thing. It's killing me right now to get to work on this movement because we haven't started it yet, and I want to get to it because it's just so much here. That was so much better, horns and euphonium. Did you hear what I was talking about? By keeping that volume up and that little line then, that was so much better there. You want to start at 25 and take it out again? And then we'll go to some other movement.
Sounds good.
Okay.
25.
Take your time on the 30-second notes. You're in no hurry. Here it is. Play it out. Support it. Keep the pitch. 1. Good. Much better. You can even take more time. Just do the next to last measure, and I'll show you where. Now do the run up, and then I'll show you where. Do da dum beam bum 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 bum. Yeah, you want that anticipation that you're just like you've got everybody right there by the throat. Okay, I'll let you have it, right? That kind of thing. Hey, one thing real quick, and I know he's probably talked to you about this, but once this starts calming back down and there's only a few people playing, we call that what type of music? Chamber. Becomes chamber again. All of you that are not playing at that point, are you still contributing to the piece? How? By being in the moment. You're exactly right. By being in the moment. So like you could watch the alto flute player, or you could just sit here and just reflect and enjoy the beauty of the moment. The thing you don't want to do is change your music or scratch your hair or play slap and tickle with the person next to you. It has to, this is a moment. And any movement that you do, whether you know it or not, is going to distract from that moment. I take a lot of time with my ensemble. When we finish a moment and then people start bringing their horns down, sometimes I'll say, stay up, stay up, stay up. Now very slowly, bring your horns back down. So that contributes to the moment. Does that make sense to everybody? That's real important here, okay? Great. What else you want to do?
Want to do 4?
4, sure.
You're lucky, flutes.
I know. My ensemble is having a lot of fun with this one right now.
I just feel bad for the percussionists after 5.
Yeah, percussion, thank you.
Good job.
You sound great. Wow.
Who? Which one?
The euphonium.
Oh, yeah. He does, right? He might come here one day.
I just want him to come to Liberty.
He is.
You're good.
Yeah. Rihanna, you're blending really well. Yeah, good job. All right. Oh, let me know when you're ready. I think we need a better solution for these taiko drums in the future.
Yeah,
Arnav's just like,
yeah. First off, you should play them standing.
yeah, just,
They're meant to be played standing.
yeah, I know, I just don't know it.
And I'm just concerned about timing wise. Being out front like this.
Yeah. Guys, you're gonna move back to where you were before. Yeah, good.
Move the taikos.
Taiko's back to where they were. I'll grab your stand.
I mean, Mr. Otto, they could be right here.
Yeah, that's where they were.
Yeah.
I thought I read somewhere. I think online it says they're supposed to be up front or something.
I have never seen anybody do this with them up front, ever.
All right, here we go. Top of 4.
Woo!
You ready? Mallets.
Heavy lifting.
From the beginning. Movement 4.
ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-dee-dee-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dee-dee-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Crescendo, crescendo, crescendo! One. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Two things real quick. Two things real quick. In the introduction, the very introduction, it's in 6/8, yes? The way she has it written, you don't really know it's in 6/8 until you get to, I think, measure 7. That's where we need to be. Even though you've got a dotted half note, it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ba da 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 dee, be da da da, be da dum ba dee dee da da. That's where you really need to feel the 6/8. But that happens during that dotted half note. You need to be concentrating on getting that 8th note out, okay? And then taikos. Once the mallets come in at 28, I know you still have fortissimo, but you're not the new game in town at that point. It's over here, so you all could come back to more of an ensemble, blended sound there. And at 38, now you are back to mezzo piano. Who's on taiko 2? Yeah, okay. So woodwinds, taiko 2, play your part at 38. Thank you. There's your metronome. So your bum 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 ba da 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 da. That needs to go right to those 8th notes. You need to be getting your ears over there where he is. Cool? All right, start beginning again. So we're striving on bar 7 to hear in your dotted half note the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off ba da 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 dee, so that we know we're purposely in 6/8 by that point. Okay. Watch for the lifts. He's giving you lifts and breaths. Watch for those.
Ready?
More lower, beginning. More lower, less first. More. Ba dee da dee, lift. Ba da dee, off. Ba da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Off. Ba da 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Beat it ba dee dee da dum. More. Beat 1 and a bigger. Yum bum 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 bum. Biggie, biggie, trumpets. Yum. Thank you. This is the sticky part of the whole thing. When you all come in with a legato melody, you've really got to make sure when it's offset that you're right on those 8th notes to which it's attached. Again, the 8th notes are right over here. So you get your ears over there to figure out where these quarter notes line up with those eighth notes. And then make sure releases are where they should be. Entrances on 2 is where it should be. It's because it's really easy to fall in love with this. And it comes apart here every time. Likewise, if you have the body up, the ostinato part, don't push through it. Just keep it nice and steady. And you notice y'all went yada up, buddy, and then I brought you down a little bit. That's not written, but they're getting ready to come in, so we're forecasting. Good. At 48, matter of fact, we just worked on this part Wednesday. At 48, she splits the motive into different groups. So the first 2 bars, it's trombones, tuba, not tuba, tuba?
Trombone, euphonium, tuba.
It's trombones and clarinets. Then the euphonium comes in on the second measure with the saxophones. Then it's the horns picking up the euphonium part. And then the trumpets take the last 2 measures, and then everybody 2 before 5. So it's 2-bar things. Let me hear just the winds. Start at 48. Just the winds. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, ready, and. You have a crescendo there, yeah? Crescendo, yada, yada, yum. Make sure you're doing that. Trumpets, I need more. I know it says mezzo forte. I need a little more presence out of you. Horns and euphoniums, get your ears across the room to each other. Make sure that you're taking over that moment in bar 3 and 4. Try it again, 48. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, keep it light, ready, and. Softer. 1 and forte. Let me hear that note. Fall, breathe. It should be inside the horn sound. Okay, so trumpets, I know you're down, way down there in the basement. Get inside the horn sound. Let me hear it again. Ready? And. That's your starting point. Cool? Everybody 48?
What did you say, 48?
Yep.
48, here we go. I'll give you 2 measures.
Wait. Conduct it lighter. You're conducting heavy, so they're playing heavy.
Got it, thank you. I appreciate you. And
48?
48.
Sustain. ba-da-dee, ba-da-dee, dot, dee-dee-da-da-da. That eighth note is real important, woodwinds. That last eighth note before your beat-it-da-da-da. So like stop the trill a hair early so you can get a good clean articulation there. Okay, that would help. Right here, you.
Yeah.
The decrescendo.
Yep. We did get moved.
You beat it.
Bring them down first.
Yes, because you're never going to hear the woodwinds otherwise.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, that's something you can work on. At your,
I don't think we're gonna play
all right, so you're not. So what do you want to do today?
1, 2, 5.
1, 2, 5. All right. So, a couple of things. Bass drum and taikos. When you all get set up how you're going to do this, whether you're on toms or taikos or whatever, make sure you're watching each other because you have very similar parts, and a lot of times you weren't together, especially in this movement. Real critical. Okay. Snares. A couple of times I think you got into your own world. Make sure you're checking in with him. You don't have to watch him all the time, but just make sure you're checking in with him. And those points you can be stronger. Now, do you have the bundle sticks that you're using? Okay. That's a timbral thing that's real important in this movement. So just make sure you take care of those. And don't be afraid to play it stronger. You play really well. Really, really well. Hey, we're almost done. So I think you're going to do 1, 2, and 5.
Yeah, do you guys want to do 4? Or?
Really? Can I dissuade you? Can I dissuade you? You're so, I understand. But let's talk about globally. You are playing 1, 2, and 5 so well that doing a mediocre job of 4, you're going to take the value of your performance and bring it down. Okay? Like my ensemble is playing 4 better than they better be, than you are right now, and it's still not ready for public consumption. Okay? So I would really encourage you to do 1, 2, and 5 because you sound great on that. I mean, it's emotionally great on those. Can we agree to that? Yes. Thank you. Hey, I know a bunch of you are auditioning for Liberty tomorrow. If you decide that you want to do it right now, Unionville is going to dominate Liberty, which is great because it's always been Pencrest before. Those stupid people out over there in media. We want to kind of take over from Chester County, right? If you decide next week that you want to do it, you can come early and still do the audition. Now, I know, our first rehearsal is Super Bowl Sunday. I get it. But it's 2 to 4 and we'll be done in time for you to get home and have plenty of salty snacks and butterbeer. I guess you all can drink butterbeer, right? You can't do the other stuff. And plus, you get to work with me and Mr. Gumbel all semester. I will tell you what I'm doing with the group. If you know Malcolm Arnold's English Dances for Band, Google it. It's amazing. Set 1, not set 2. I'm doing Whitaker's Sleep. And the march I'm doing, because I always do a march, is On the Mall by Franco Goldman, where you get to sing and whistle. It's just fun. It's fun. We're still not sure what Mr. Gumbel's doing, but it will be of like ilk, and fun will be had by all. We especially need horns, trumpets, tuba, percussion. I would really, Mr. Snare Drummer, would love to see you come audition. You're really good. I'd love to have you there. Yes. The shyness is great. Love it. So auditions tomorrow, 1 to 3. I think you all have signed up for times or you've been issued times. Next week, if you want to come and audition, I think, who's Olive? Which one's Olive? Okay. Olive is going to come before the rehearsal and do a real quick audition and then be a part of the group. The audition is just a formality so we can assign parts. Don't get all freaked out about it. It's just so we can assign parts. Cool? Would love to have you. It's been a great group. We've had a lot of Unionville people before and would love to continue that tradition. Okay. Other sales pitches here. Dr. Gumbel talked to you about the summer camp? Yep. Okay. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to do it right here in front of you. So Dr. Gumbel runs the summer camp. One of my responsibilities is the leadership band that's there. And right now I'm inviting your conductor, Mr. Eddie Otto, to do it with me. Mind you, this will be my last one. I'm retiring next year.
Can you stop?
Yes, I'm retiring next year. So there's.
Okay, we have made it through almost 2 full days here of the National Band Association Wind Symposium here at the Wells School of Music at West Chester University. My name is Andrew Hitz, and I am here on behalf of Jupiter Band Instruments as not only the online MC, but I also did some interviews with each of the conductors, as well as in the middle of their rehearsals, as well as clinics for all 5 of the bands that were able to join us. We have one more thing today for you, which is in some ways the best part here. It is a performance from both Unionville High School under the direction of Ed Otto, as well as the Pocono Mountain West High School under the direction of Jeff Mark. Both of those groups worked with Alex Kaminsky of Vandercook College in Chicago. They also worked with Greg Martin, who is here on the faculty at West Chester, as is Adam Gumbel. And Andrew Jozwiak has been running around. He is the director of bands here, and he has planned this whole thing, and has also, he basically does a little bit of absolutely everything here. Wanted to take a second to thank J.W. Pepper, who were kind enough to provide all of the technology open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include a subscription to The Instrumentalist, which is the official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year, subscription to the NBA Journal, which is 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies, access to valuable resources including the selective music lists, both concert band music and concert marches, access to mentors and mentor programs, as well as support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students that are watching this feed right now should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. And I will also tell you that my wife, Tiffany Hitz, is a member of the board of directors, and it's a really wonderful organization to see how not only the services that they provide for current band directors, but also how they are trying to forge the best possible path forward for the entire medium that is concert band and marching band, just bands in general. So thank you to the National Band Association for their support. Thank you to Jupiter Band Instruments for helping to make my appearance here possible. I'm an educational ambassador for Jupiter Band Instruments. I play an XO tuba, and they have supported me doing clinics literally all over the world, including all over Asia and Europe and South America, and they're wonderful, not just because they support me, although I'm quite biased, but no, they're very mission-based, and they are all about getting affordable, quality instruments into kids' hands, and do an awful lot of things like supporting me being here to be able to clinic all of these bands. And I am forever grateful to Jupiter Band Instruments for their support, obviously of me, but also just of music education in general. And also wanted to thank the West Chester University Wells School of Music. Explore a career in music at the West Chester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. Programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, studio composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal/choral, orchestra, and more. With more than 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at West Chester University. With state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities, several scholarship opportunities, and the ability for students to get involved in multiple ensembles, Wells School of Music is a top choice for an affordable music education. So very shortly, we are going to head into the hall where we are going to hear performances from 3 different bands. All 3 of them are early in the process of preparing these programs, which is something that is actually unique to this event, which usually these events happen with bands that are already polished, and clinicians help them to take it to even the next level, which is obviously a very important thing in its own right. However, there's something that's very it's exciting about having students and programs have the courage to. Yesterday, I remember a band had said that it was the 3rd time they had ever read a piece. Right, so this is all music that's going to be performed in a month and a half, and to get some of the best clinicians in the country to be working at that early of a stage and working, yes, on some of the nuts and bolts, but also working on the art and on musical storytelling and on kind of higher level stuff early in the process is really fascinating. And you can see, you can check the stream is up from yesterday, and this one is going to be posted as well. I'm not sure how long they are going to be up, so if you want to check it out, then go ahead and do it sooner than later. But you can see in the rehearsals, if you're just joining us for this concert, you can see that these people are, you can see that these clinicians have worked with bands, and then they come out here halfway through, and they actually talk with me about what they've worked on and then what they're about to work on. And it's really kind of a fascinating look into like behind the scenes pedagogy of these world-renowned clinicians, and getting a real behind the curtain look into the creative process of of taking these bands from the very beginning stages and sending them on their way. And I've listened to every single session in here over the last couple of days, and it's been this wonderful combination of actionable advice, like making the musicians better today, but also thinking more big picture and thinking, things that they can take home to improve and to propel them forward. And that's really delicate. It's easy to focus on one or the other, but to get them improving right away, as well as sending them home with the tools needed to improve, is master teaching, and we've seen quite a bit of that. So one last time, thank you to J.W. Pepper, thank you to Jupiter Band Instruments, thank you to the National Band Association, and thank you to the Wells School of Music here at Westchester University for making all of this possible. We are now going to send you in to the live feed. I'm not sure if they're quite ready to start, but it's going to start momentarily with performances from the Unionville High School Wind Ensemble under the direction of Ed Otto, the Pocono Mountain West High School Wind Ensemble under the direction of Jeff Mark, and our host, the Westchester University Wind Ensemble, under the direction of the Westchester Director of Bands, Andrew Jozwiak. And thank you so much for joining us these last 2 days.
We've arrived at the part of the day where we do what we refer to as a show and tell for each other. Because this festival, the festival this weekend is a front-end experience, or this isn't necessarily the perfected product that these groups will end up with at the end of their cycles or for assessment or whatever. They're works in progress. So we're going to hear a couple movements from the different ensembles or parts of what they're working on now on their journey to their concerts or the other things that they have planned throughout the course of the semester. So if you'd please welcome to the stage, our first group this afternoon is the Unionville Symphonic Band, and they will be performing the first, second, and fifth movements of Julie Giroux's Bookmarks from Japan under the direction of Ed Otto. Want dead air on radio. Okay. The next group who's setting up and will perform for you this afternoon is the Pocono Mountain West Symphonic Band under the direction of Jeffrey Mark. I'm proud to note that both of the directors here today are Westchester grads, so go Rams, baby. They'll be performing for you Francis Macbeth's Chant and Jubilo, and I think just the start of Ruckus, right, by Randall Standridge. You got everything? We're going to go get them. We had, as we're relocating rooms, sometimes things get a little lost in the sauce. So we're going to go locate a couple percussion instruments, and we'll be back in a second. You guys can play a little bit. Just kind of get used to how it sounds in the room. Blow a couple notes. Hey, how about another round of applause for those two great high school ensembles? Yeah. Great work, friends. So, bands, we talked a little bit in the morning before we got started today about being able to take in some information and process it and figure out if there were things that were going to contribute to growth within our ensembles and how we might employ those. Were there things we're going to walk away with today? Yeah. Hey, make sure when you get back home on Monday and in class, take a couple minutes and just unpack some of this stuff. You know, like everything's kind of coming rapid fire. You've got 3 different people up in front of you in a relatively short amount of time, all of whom have different ideas or different processes about how to approach the same thing in a lot of different ways, right? Take some time to have some conversations amongst yourselves, with your directors, about the things that were really, really impactful for you immediately, and other things that you were able to learn today that might be more long game kind of prospects in our development. I'd like to take just a second to thank those clinicians who spent such a great time with us this afternoon. Alex Kaminsky from the Vandercook College of Music in Chicago. Our own M. Gregory Martin and Adam Gumbel from Westchester University. Andrew Hitz and all of his valuable information this afternoon. Our good friends at J.W. Pepper for providing the live stream for us, so friends and colleagues and other consumers of music and great music education could be part of this event virtually. So big thanks to Pepper. Thank you, friends. And the National Band Association for sponsoring such great events like this throughout the country, so bands all over the place could just get better. The group you're going to have performing for you in just a minute is our own Westchester University Wind Ensemble. I am Andrew Yozviak, and I'm the director of bands here. This is one of the cooler events for us in the spring semester because it kind of kicks off our performing season. We just got back to classes last week, so everything we're working on now is still a work in progress as well. But if you are in the area, we'd invite you to join us for a concert, specifically for the Unionville folks, who I know are just right up the road. On February 26th, we'll have a concert in this room that will feature Dr. Martin's ensemble performing Bookmarks from Japan, which is something y'all are working on. And the Wind Ensemble has a world premiere, which is always a special event, of a concerto for wind ensemble by composer James Stevenson, which we're real excited to get out there for everyone. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Students, the other homework you have is when you get back to school, make sure you take a little bit of time to thank your directors for caring enough about you to make events and experiences like this possible. Mr. Otto, Mr. Mark, you know, weekends come along, they're looking for time to decompress the same way you are, but recognize the value in what this does for your band family and your community. And just so awesome to be able to take the time. The first piece we're going to perform for you this afternoon is entitled Hope by composer Stein Ergens. us for this event and making it such an exciting day for us here at Westchester. The last piece we're going to perform for you this afternoon is going to be conducted by one of our graduate assistants, Carly McClendon, who's joining us here in Westchester all the way from Johnson City, Tennessee. We are so glad to have her. And just so you know that she's like tough and hard as nails, she's conducting this with a broken finger. Yeah, baby. The piece is called Dancing Fire by Kevin Day. Please enjoy this piece and thank you for joining us. Have a great weekend. She said, ow. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and making this such a great event. I hope that all the things you're able to experience today are going to be able to make the concerts, performance assessments, whatever you have going on this semester, so much more meaningful. Safe travels, friends. Go Birds.